We're not going to begin the hearing with the Pledge of Allegiance?
We already had it.
No, that was the organized meeting. I'm happy to lead it.
What's today?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It says each hearing. This is the first hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm happy to lead it if you'll designate me.
Mr. Chairman.
The amendment that was adopted said that we may start hearing with the Pledge of Allegiance. If the gentleman is insisting on doing that, I would welcome Mr. Cicilline to lead the Judiciary Committee in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I thank the gentleman for leading us in the pledge. Would now start with our opening statements. 4.5 million, that's the number of illegal aliens encountered by CBP officials just in the time since President Biden took office. 1.7 million, the number of illegal migrants that Joe Biden released into American communities. 2,378,944, the number of illegal migrants encountered by CBP on the southwest border in 2022. The highest number ever recorded in a single year in our nation's history. 251,487, the number of illegal migrants encountered by CBP on the southwest border in the month of December of last year. The highest monthly number ever recorded. 8,100, the average number of illegal migrants encountered per day on the southwest border in the month of December 2022. 717,660, the number of illegal migrant encounters on the southwest border in just the first 3 months of this fiscal year. 1.1 million, the number of known gotaways who have successfully crossed the southwest border since President Biden took office. 856, the number of migrants who died attempting to cross the southwest border during the past fiscal year. Again, the highest number on record. 98, the number of aliens on the terrorist watch list encountered on our southwest border during fiscal year 2022, yet another record set by the Biden administration. Remember when Mr. Mayorkas testified in front of this committee last Congress, and we asked him about the number on that terrorist watch list? I remember asking Mr. Mayorkas, at the time it was only 40-something. We asked him about that number. He said, what's the status of those individuals? And his response, I think, was astonishing to every member of the committee, both Republican and Democrat, when he said he didn't know. He didn't know if they were detained, he didn't know. This year, 38, the number of aliens on that terrorist screening database. Already this year. 193, the number of fentanyl-related deaths in the United States every single day. We're going to hear from Mr. Dunn and the heartache this causes families and communities, this fentanyl problem. These numbers make clear that the Biden administration does not have operational control of the border. Month after month after month, we have set records for migrants coming into the country. And frankly, I think it's intentional. I don't know how anyone with common sense or logic can reach any other conclusion. It seems deliberate, it seems premeditated, it seems intentional. And as if that's not bad enough, we now learn that the crisis is no longer just confined to the southwest border. Last week, the chief Border Patrol agent in Vermont tweeted this, quote, in less than 4 months, Swanton sector's apprehensions have surpassed the combined 2 prior years. Just in the past 4 months, more than the 2 years combined beforehand. Make no mistake, the Biden administration is carrying out its plan. We all heard Secretary Mayorkas sat in front of this committee and said, we are executing our plan on the border. And we all heard President Biden say, we're trying to make it easier for people to get here. Well, they're certainly succeeding in that. Imagine the frustration that our border communities feel when they hear that the damage done to their land and to their businesses, the crimes committed by illegal alien trespassers, and the overwhelmed local resources that are all part of their own federal government's plan. Today, we will hear about some of the effects of Biden's open border policies on everyday Americans and the communities in which they live. We will hear about dangerous encounters with illegal migrants on private property. We will hear about the devastating effects, as I said earlier, of fentanyl on American families. and we will hear about Mexican smuggling cartels exploiting the open border to terrorize U.S. communities. And the worst part is that none of this had to happen. Under President Trump, the border was secure. Under President Biden, there is no border, and Americans are paying the price. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, once he completes his phone call, for his opening statement.
I thank the chairman for yielding. I wish this committee were starting off on a different note. Unfortunately, this hearing is more of the same haphazard, chaotic style we have come to expect of this new Republican majority. We saw them take 15 tries to pick a speaker. We saw them fumble on the opening play by needing to reschedule their first meeting. And now this. The first hearing will showcase the racist tendencies of the extreme MAGA Republican wing of the party that seeks to close the border to refugees from places like Cuba and Venezuela. It almost makes me miss their usual obsession with conspiracy theories and the FBI. Furthermore, this hearing appears to be the latest spat in an ongoing turf war between Chairman Jordan and Chairman Comer. As we all know, Chairman Jordan's plans for his select subcommittee cut deeply into Chairman Comer's jurisdiction. Not to be outdone, Chairman Comer announced that the Oversight Committee will hold its first hearing on the subject of immigration, a topic that is squarely in this committee's jurisdiction during the week of February 6th. Turning the tables on Chairman Comer once again, our majority hastily threw together today's hearing to ensure that we beat the Oversight Committee by a few days, without the government witnesses that the Oversight Committee had time to secure, of course. I suspect this hearing is also an attempt to distract from the fact that Republicans have failed to pass any meaningful legislation in their first month in the majority. As we all know, as part of the rules package for the House, Majority Leader Scalise included 11 ready to go, in quotes, pieces of legislation that were set to completely bypass regular order. Many of those fell under the purview of the Judiciary Committee. It appears, however, that these bills were anything but ready to go. Republicans are unable to pass forward the bills that were exclusively or partially under this committee's jurisdiction. Most relevant to today's hearing is H.R. 29, the Border Safety and Security Act of 2023. This legislation has been described as, quote, not Christian, anti-American, and trying to ban legitimate asylum claims. And those are not my words. Those are the words of Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez of Texas. And he's not the only one. According to the Washington Post, dozens of Republican lawmakers have raised concerns about the scope of this legislation. Now let's turn to today's hearing. There is no doubt that the majority and their witnesses will use the same extreme rhetoric we have come to expect from them. They will tell us that the southern border is open, that President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas opened it deliberately, and that it is mostly migrants who are smuggling drugs across our southern border. Of course, none of those statements are true. Yes, significant numbers of individuals are arriving at our southern border, but the Biden administration actually expelled over 1.1 million people last year and recently expanded the use of Title 42, much to the concern of many of us here on the committee. Additionally, the vast majority of drugs we seize are encountered at ports of entry. In fiscal year 2022, only 17% of illicit drugs, including 15% of all fentanyl, were seized between points of entry by the Border Patrol. The rest were seized by the Office of Field Operations, who are stationed at ports of entry. The evidence does not show that asylum seekers are bringing drugs to our shores. In fact, increasingly, drug cartels are recruiting American citizens to bring drugs across the border through ports of entry. We all agree that our immigration system is broken, but let's fix the problems where they are, and not where Fox News talking heads imagine them to be. Sadly, at every turn, this extreme Republican majority fails to offer genuine solutions and resorts to political theater. Our colleagues across the aisle cannot even negotiate in good faith with each other, let alone with us. If that changes, if House Republicans can get their act together and work with us on meaningful solutions to serious problems, as Senate Republicans appear to be willing to work with Senate Democrats, then Judiciary Committee Democrats stand ready to help. But given their behavior these past few months, I have my doubts. Republicans have proposed building a wall, shutting down the asylum system, and defunding the Department of Homeland Security. Those are not serious proposals. They may well play with the extremist base, but they are a waste of this committee's time, and the American people deserve better. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. I would also like to take a moment and express my condolences to Mr. Dunn and his family. I cannot imagine how difficult the loss of your son has been for you and your wife. Thank you for being here today. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognize our witnesses for today's hearing. I want to thank them for being here. First, I want to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, to introduce one of our witnesses today.
I thank the chairman. I wish that it were under different circumstances, but I am certainly proud to have a fellow Texan here willing to share the story that he is going to share with us here today. I visited at length with Brandon Dunn and his lovely wife, Janelle Rodriguez. They live in Hays County, Texas, where I live. They live a few miles down the road, and they have 4 children today, and Mr. Dunn will recount the loss of their son Noah last summer. They are a testament to wanting to get positive change out of a loss and working hard to do that. And I'm delighted to have them here to express what they're going to share about the impact of open borders. Hardly a lie, hardly a figment of our imagination, a real impact on real human beings every single day. And they're going to share that here today, and I thank them for coming here. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We now recognize the gentleman from Arizona to introduce the sheriff with us today. Mr. Biggs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to introduce to the committee one of the finest lawmen in America, certainly one of the finest lawmen in Arizona, Sheriff Mark Daniels from Cochise County, Arizona. Cochise County is a large county with a fairly sparse population, but sits right on the border. It's in southeast Arizona, borders New Mexico and Mexico. And Sheriff Daniels encounters the reality of what's happening on the border, unlike those who reside in New York who say there is no problem on the border and that the border, to say that the border is open is untrue. We will hear contrary testimony today. It is open, the border is dangerous, drugs pour across, international terrorists, criminal gang members, people from all over the world, indeed over 150 nations, have come through. We can't even vet most of those individuals. Sheriff Daniels has served his county for a long time. He does a great job, works well with the Border Patrol agents, and has devised a program to protect the communities that he serves in that wonderful southeastern Arizona county, which is a big county. And so we're going to hear more from him, and I'm excited to have him here. He's not only a great advocate, great sheriff, a great family man, but he's a good friend of mine. Sheriff Daniels. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my privilege to introduce to the Judiciary Committee and to the American public a dear friend of mine and a great leader with whom I share much in common, County Judge Ricardo Samaniego. He is the El Paso County Judge, and we have a couple of things in common. I served as El Paso's County Judge for many years in my time preceding my service in Congress. And for those unfamiliar with Texas elected politics, A county judge is essentially the chief elected official, the county administrator in Texas, and they're referred to as judge, even though in many ways they act as the mayor of the entire county. And so Judge Samaniego and I both have been county judge of one of the safest communities in the United States of America, and it is on the U.S.-Mexico border. It is a longtime recipient of migrant populations at our nation's front door, and we are incredibly proud of the role that we play in upholding American values in a way that provides for dignity. Judge Samaniego and I also share another thing in common. We were born and raised and are proud residents of the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso, Texas. Judge Samaniego has done a number of things prior to serving in county government. He has been in small business. He has been in human resources. He has been, I think, in the juvenile justice world as well. But Judge Samaniego is here to talk to us about how communities on the border like El Paso have actually been of tremendous service to the federal government. And when given the resources and support, they can be a great ally in ensuring that we preserve the humanity in our system that all of us should want. One last thing that I will say, Judge Samaniego and I both were in public service, I as a congresswoman and Judge Samaniego as the county judge, on a horrific day, August 3rd, 2019, when a domestic terrorist drove over 10 hours to our community to slaughter Mexicans and immigrants, and he used much of the hateful, racist, bigoted, xenophobic language this domestic terrorist did, as many politicians in Washington, D.C. use, as many politicians in Texas use, and unfortunately, as the President of the United States at the time used. He was inspired by that hateful rhetoric, and he used it to fuel his hatred and massacre 23 people in a Walmart in our community. So our words have power. I want to remind our committee of that. Our words have consequences. Judge, thank you for being here. It is a privilege to have you here.
I thank the gentlelady from Texas. Our fourth witness could not be with us today because of the ice storm in Texas. Judge Dale Lynn Carruthers is a county judge and fourth-generation rancher in Terrell County, Texas. She was a lifelong Democrat but switched parties because of the devastating effects of the Biden border crisis on her land and her community. Her testimony was circulated to committee members, but I will briefly summarize her testimony because of what she was going to say, I think is too important for the American people not to hear. Judge Carruthers would have testified that their once safe community now lives in fear. Neighbors' homes have been burglarized, ranchers have been stalked on their own lands, and high-speed car crashes and chases are a daily hazard. One of Judge Carruthers' neighbors even had his home set on fire by illegal migrants who did so in order to get law enforcement to come and pick them up. Her county's limited resources have been overwhelmed because of the flow of illegal aliens across the border. The local high school has had to be locked down due to the criminal activity in their community. Illegal aliens routinely trespass through Ms. Carruthers' land, cutting her fences and causing other damage to her property. And groups of illegal migrants regularly dress in camouflage to cross the judge's and her neighbor's land. These are not asylum seekers looking to turn themselves into Border Patrol agents, but foreign nationals trying to evade law enforcement. We wish she would have been able to be here today to share her story in person, but we do welcome our witnesses who are here, who were able to travel and are here, and we thank you for appearing. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please know that your written testimony will be entered in the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize the testimony in 5 minutes. I know you were told this earlier. The microphones in front of you have a clock and a series of lights. When the light changes from green to yellow, you should begin to conclude your remarks. It's pretty basic. Green means go, yellow means get ready to stop, red means stop. Mr. Dunn, you may begin, and we again thank you for being here, the work you and your wife are doing in your foundation, and And like everyone on the committee, we are sorry for the loss of your son. Mr. Dunn, you got your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, committee, for having me here today. I'm the co-founder of the Forever 15 Project, a nonprofit that my wife Janelle and I started after the passing of our son Noah. On August 21st, Noah died as a result of fentanyl poisoning. More specifically, illicit fentanyl poisoning. He was 15 years old. He was a sophomore at Johnson High School in Hays County. He was murdered by a drug dealer selling counterfeit Percocet pills. The pill he took contained 8 milligrams of fentanyl, which is 4 times the lethal dose. There was no Percocet in the pill. There were no other drugs in the pill besides illicit fentanyl. Noah was the 3rd victim in less than 2 months in Hays County from illicit fentanyl. Kevin McConville, another Hays student, passed away from a counterfeit Xanax that contained illicit fentanyl. And Ryan Garcia, also of Hays CISD, passed away from a counterfeit Percocet pill. Since then, we've attended many seminars and summits, one by the DEA in Houston, Texas. So now we're very familiar with all of the information regarding illicit fentanyl. Illicit fentanyl is primarily manufactured in Mexico by the drug cartels and smuggled through our southern border. And it is true that most seizures happen at border checkpoints. I believe 60% of all fentanyl seized last year was in San Diego and Imperial Valley. However, due to the lethality of this drug, any amount smuggled in a backpack or a fanny pack or even in somebody's pocket can be enough to kill thousands of people. So as you can see, it's not just a border checkpoint issue. Any amount over, I would probably under 1 milligram could be lethal in some instances, but 2 milligrams is the most common number put out there. And without immediate medical intervention, a person is not likely to survive. That's how fast it kills. In our activism work, we've come across several families that have also lost their children to this illegal drug or this illicit drug. And it's both sides of the political aisle. For us, this isn't a political issue. This is an issue about the safety of our children and the citizens of this country. We're working with several state legislatures who are primarily Democrats in our area on legislation to stop this from happening as well. So it's a definite problem that's impacting our communities. I don't have time to read the names, but in the 5 months since Noah's passing, we've met 28 other families who've lost primarily teenagers to this drug. The current statistic is it's the #1 killer from 18 to 45. Honestly, we believe that next year that number will probably drop to 15 to 45. And we've had some children as young as 13 years old die from this drug. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. We appreciate you and your wife being here today. Sheriff, recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Nadler, and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to address this committee regarding the status of our southern border from the optics of a community and local law enforcement perspective. I have served our border communities for 38+ years, and prior to that as a member of the United States Army. I currently serve on national, western, and southwest border sheriff associations, and we have 3 objectives: public safety, national security, and humanitarian. In my submitted brief, I have shared with you all the overview of Cochise County and the history of our border. I have personally experienced the good, the bad, and the ugly of being a border county. Currently, this is the ugliest I've experienced. I am proud of our relationships with our local law enforcement partners, local, state, and federal, that serve our communities. To best understand my presentation is to understand we were over 2 years ago. My county was one of the safest border counties based on our collective government efforts, messaging, and yes, enforcement operations supported by the rule of law. What's the direct impact to my county? My citizens and law enforcement address mostly gotaways, the fight and flight syndrome in my county versus those giving up. 100% camouflaged migrants being illegally smuggled by the cartels with the price tag of per undocumented alien begins at $7,000 and up. These smugglers include juveniles being recruited via social media by the cartels, border-related bookings. Detention costs within my jail in calendar year 2022 was $4.3 million, absorbed by my local and state taxpayers. Border-related crimes are at an all-time high. Death, murder investigations, aggravated acts against my citizens, failure to yields, search and rescue, plus recoveries, and yes, assaults against law enforcement officials. My deputies have been placed in life-threatening scenarios as the cartels show no regard for my citizens and those that wear a badge. Agents, troopers, deputies, and officers are addressing dangerous scenarios and criminals as a direct result of an open border being exploited by the criminal cartels for violence, fear, and greed. In calendar year 2022, 1,578 suspects were booked in my jail for border-related crimes. Only 78 were foreign-born. In 2021, over 5 million dosages of fentanyl were seized on the Arizona border. In 2022, over 20 million dosages were seized. In 2022, over 12,000 pounds of fentanyl was seized on the southwest border. I want to share a personal tragedy with you of a good citizen named Wanda in my county. She was heading to her 65th birthday party to meet her family and her son when a 16-year-old USC who fled from law enforcement, the deputies, was carrying 3 undocumented aliens, ran his vehicle through a red light at deadly speeds, cutting her vehicle in half and killing her. In closing, my fellow sheriffs and I have tried to partner with this administration to include the President of the United States with high hopes to share a collective message, a collective action plan, support the rule of law, prioritize our southern border, and provide updates reference community impacts and concerns with little to no success. By allowing our border security mission and immigration laws to be discretionary, these criminal cartels continue to be the true winners. Their exploitation of mankind is simply modern-day slavery, allowing thousands of pounds of illicit drugs into our country and that continue to erode core values of families, schools, and subsequently killing an average of 300 Americans every day is unacceptable at any level. Experiencing migrant deaths without a reasonable process why members of U.S. Congress and this administration intentionally avoid reality is gross negligence. Our voice of reason has been buried during what I call intellectual avoidance by this administration and, yes, members of U.S. Congress. Communities have been neglected and banded to rely on our own local and state resources to address border that is in a crisis mode. Our southern border, against all public comfort statements out of Washington, D.C., is the worst shape I've ever seen it. When I look at public safety, national security, and humanitarian on our southern border, this is the largest crime scene in this country. The morale of agents is extremely low, and the collective frustration is very high amongst law enforcement at all levels, and most important, the citizens of my county. With the recent efforts to cancel Title 42, this only serves to complex a border that needs immediate immigration reform by U.S. Congress, but most important, needs to be secured. I'm a true believer that Customs and Border Patrol are the experts of border security, while sheriffs and police chiefs are the experts of community. Together, this is a recipe of success for all communities. I will leave you with this final statement. We all serve the priorities of Americans based on our shared oath of office to keep them safe, enhance their quality of life, and support the rule of law, absent political affiliation or the concern of re-election. I ask each one of you to reflect on this statement as you make your next decision to vote. Once again, I thank this committee for the invitation and opportunity, and now stand ready to answer any questions here in a few minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now recognize Judge Samaniago. I think I got that right. Judge, thank you for being here. You got your 5 minutes. Just hit your mic.
Members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for inviting me to testify. My name is Ricardo Samaniego. I'm an elected county judge of El Paso, Texas.
Judge, can you pull that a little closer? Would you?
Pardon me?
Pull that a little closer, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. El Paso, Texas, one of the safest, largest communities in America and the veterans capital of the USA, where I serve a population almost 900,000 residents in a metroplex consisting of El Paso, Texas, Ciudad Juarez, Mexico, and Las Cruces, New Mexico. These three cities form a combined international metropolitan area of 2.7 million individuals and constitutes the largest bilingual and binational workforce in the Western Hemisphere. I would like to start by emphasizing that over 4 years ago, Customs and Border Patrol requested the assistance of myself and other local officials. I believe we truly stepped up to the request and facilitated their internal processes. El Paso, Texas has been the epicenter of the migrant surge both recently and nearly 4 years ago when border communities such as mine were faced with unprecedented numbers of migrants who were seeking to enter our country through El Paso. We have learned how to safely, humanely, and expeditiously treat asylum seekers who pass through our community on their way to unite with sponsors. I'm here today to share the El Paso story, a success story which strikes delicate balance between security and compassion. However, before I tell you the story, I must disabuse you of information which I personally know to be false. There is no open border in El Paso. Immigrants seeking asylum largely present themselves to Border Patrol for processing. El Paso is required to abide by the same immigration laws that other border communities must follow. There is no invasion of migrants in our community, nor are there hordes of undocumented immigrants committing crimes against citizens or causing havoc in our community. Claiming this continues a false, racist narrative against these individuals or perpetuates violence that the El Paso community is all too familiar with. When our citizens were target of a racially motivated mass shooting August 3rd, 2019, they killed 23 El Pasoans and Mexican citizens and wounded 26 other innocent bystanders. Our community was deeply devastated by this tragedy. Thirdly, humanitarianism and security are not binary choice. It is the federal government's responsibility to do both. Provided with a sufficient financial support, we can assist the federal government in fulfilling its mandate. Our initiatives, efforts, and processes are directed to avoid any type of chaos. When El Paso County was faced with the increasing number of asylum seekers, we established a Migrant Support Service Center to assist migrants to connect with their relatives and sponsors and guide them with a same-day self-paid travel arrangement process. Approximately 35 to 45% of these migrants fall in this category. The benefit of this process is that migrants are moved quickly and safely out of our community at their own expense. The center opened on October the 10th, 2022, and has a capacity to assist up to 1,000 per day. To date, the center has assisted 26,829 asylum seekers. No immigrant is placed on a bus and shipped to another city without coordination and a sponsor waiting at the receiving city. El Paso's partnership with Catholic Charities of Houston is a great example of interjurisdictional cooperation with federal funds. Catholic Charities chartered a bus daily traveling from El Paso to Houston with 52 passengers, manifested with confirmed self-paid travel for flights out of Houston the following day. This model initiated discussions with collaboration with other interstate and intrastate partners such as Dallas, Austin, and Denver. When the city of El Paso declared a disaster, we did not get the resources we needed, but instead saw the state of Texas National Guard, the placement of barbed wire lined haphazardly in certain areas, and pseudo barriers of tanks and cargo containers were put up. Prior to the city's declaration, I had sent correspondence and communicated with various state officials that what my community needed was assistance with transportation, staffing, food, and sheltering. The state never addressed these needs that we requested. To be sure, we cannot locally resolve the immigration issues facing our country. So I finally want to take the opportunity to thank our Congresswoman, Veronica Escobar, for her leadership and for consistently ensuring that the federal government is aware of the realities on the ground. So I thank you for being here. I welcome you to our beautiful community. I would love to host, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. We now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, yeah, I know the list of names of people who, in many cases, thought they were taking one drug and died of fentanyl is long. One of the names that you probably have on your list is Matt Capolato in Riverside County, and his daughter, who thought she was taking a Xanax and died. She actually only took half of it as part of her study routine and died of fentanyl overdose. That has led to a murder charge in Riverside County, and our district attorney is prosecuting that. How it will end, we'll see, but it certainly is an example of the kind of response that I hope both the federal government and the state and local will start looking, that these people who traffic in that, leading to these tragic deaths, are more than just drug dealers, they're murderers. And I want to thank you for being here today. Sheriff, I'm going to primarily talk to you because the judge, I think rightfully so, gave us a good example of facilitating undocumented workers who have been released in this country getting around the country and all the humanitarian work they do. First of all, are those the people you run into?
Congressman, it's not. We don't give the give-ups. I can't remember, speaking with our Border Patrol CBP agents, we don't get give-ups in Cochise County. What we get is the gotaways, the ones that are camouflaged 100% from booty to headgear, that fight and flight, do whatever it takes to get away from us.
So out of 5 million people that have come here, we could be talking, the judge could be talking about 1 million who just want opportunity, maybe jobs. But that's not who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the other at least 1 million who are often repeat criminals and are evading in order to perpetrate crimes.
That is correct.
I want to go through a couple of quick quotes because you're at the border. I too am at the border. I have a little over 50 miles of the Mexican border in California. And so these quotes are particularly important to me. The Secretary of Homeland Security said, "The border is closed, the border is secure," in March of 2021. Was that true then?
No.
Is it true now?
No.
He additionally said, "We are working day in and day out to enhance its security." He said that November 16, 2022. Had you seen that kind of improvement?
No, I have not.
You haven't as of today. Just a few days ago, he said, "The border is not open." Would you agree with that?
No, and if I could support that statement also, the majority of people, just to give an example, we have an interdiction team that goes out almost daily. Yesterday, they were out for their shift, had 15 smuggling events. We had a media crew riding with them yesterday. And the majority of people we talk to, the migrants that have been smuggled, which I call modern-day slavery, what they're doing to these people, they tell us the reason they're here is because President Biden and the welcoming sign.
Now, the Vice President said just a few months ago, the border is secure. We have secured the border. Would that also be inaccurate?
Yes, it would.
Now, a lot of people talk about the Trump era versus now. Is it fair to say that it got better, but it was still a difficult time for you even then with some of what you were dealing with at the border?
Yes, after 38, almost 48 years of working this border, I've seen the good and the bad, the ugly. It was better under President Trump. This is, like I said, this is the worst I've seen, mainly because of the aggression by the cartels and the aggravated acts toward law enforcement in the community.
And I want you to take the remaining time and just tell us that difference between the Trump era and now with the border wide open, what does it do for your ability to provide law enforcement for other purposes to your county?
Well, with the amount of arrests we had in 2022, our border population, border crimes that's been arrested and booked in my jail, equates to about 40 to 44% of all the population in my jail. You equate that back into the patrol side of it for the troopers, the local law enforcement, sheriff's office. We're spending a lot of time keeping our community safe, diverted from the normal stuff that we do, the proactive stuff, into addressing border crimes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Ranking Member Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Dunn, again, I want to express my sincerest condolences to you and your family, and I want to thank you for being here today. Judge Samaniego, I want to turn to you. Thank you so much for coming today. Having a witness who has grown up and lived on the border is so imperative. Your knowledge and lived experience are invaluable for policymakers here in Washington. Unfortunately, the Republican majority seems interested only in showboating. They continuously talk about a so-called Biden border crisis, even though this administration has actually kept in place numerous policies from the Trump administration that many of my colleagues and I have expressed concerns about. Judge Samaniego, in your testimony, you note safety and compassion are not mutually exclusive. I think this is a very important point. As Republican Representative Tony Gonzalez stated over the weekend, border security and immigration are two separate topics. One can be for a strong border security presence that prevents terrorists, fentanyls, and bad actors from entering our country, and one can be for welcoming future Americans in through the front door. Judge Samaniego, can you discuss how El Paso has balanced these two competing dynamics, ensuring the safety of its citizens while also being compassionate toward migrants?
Thank you. One of the things that we recognized is our collaboration. We're not reacting at this point. We've been working 4 years. Almost every Friday we meet with law enforcement, we meet with Border Patrol, the diocese, the NGOs, and we know that by doing what we do right, the whole nation benefits from that. If we do not process the migrants properly, then it falls on other cities. I think El Paso is extremely focused on the fact that we're not a community, but a part of a nation. And if we do not do the right things, then New York gets hit and other communities get hit simply by the fact that there's an unorganized process. Our strategy is really very organized, very compassionate, and making sure that we get individuals in the right place at the right time. And so when we have someone like from New York that comes to El Paso, the mayor, to tell us to help him through this process, obviously, that's why we're there. Our impact is not just on our community. Our impact, I believe, it's on the values of our Constitution, the values, in my case, as a Democrat, and we make sure that we're helping the rest of the country. We don't do things right, and I can guarantee you that the impact is going to fall on the other cities around the country.
Thank you. We keep hearing from our Republican colleagues that the border is open and that Biden caused this crisis. Could you comment on this?
Well, we don't see that. We process every individual that comes through. We make sure we coordinate. We get a lot of information. And I must emphasize, it was the Border Patrol and the federal government that asked us to step up as a community. And when we don't do the right things, it backs up their system. They start getting more and more people. The detention centers are extremely limited compared to what a community can do. So either you put the pressure on the federal government or you put the pressure on a community that has, almost 14 sites where we could get people sheltered. We can process people, like I said, 35 to 40% are individuals that already have a sponsor, they have money, and they can move into the communities and other communities. We get a lot of calls of a lot of states and cities throughout the country that want migrants. And if we do the right thing and we process them, then we could get the migrants to them as well as to help our community. And we talk about three things. It's safety, which is extremely important for our community, humanitarianism, and the economy. We do not do things right, and I can guarantee you it impacts the entire economy. We've seen it when things begin strained and the movement of product doesn't come into the country. We get hit extremely hard. We get a lot of calls about not moving traffic properly, And we're one of the largest movers of products in the whole country. So we do things right, and I feel that everybody gains from our efforts.
Thank you. One of the topics you touched on in your testimony is the need for all levels of government and nonprofits to work together to effectively process the migrants who are crossing the border. Do you have a good relationship with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Customs and Border Protection? And can you discuss how often you coordinate with them?
Every once a month we help. Well, one of the missing elements is that we don't get support from the state. And if we had the three, you need the local government, you need the federal government, and the missing component, and because of political reasons, we don't get that third part of the stool. And that is extremely, extremely important to us. We need their support. We don't need militia. We don't need policing. Our strategy has been extremely effective without using law enforcement. And we suffer tremendously by not having the proper support from the state government.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since President Biden took office, we have seen a tremendous surge in the terrorist watch list arrests at the southern border. There were 2 terrorist watch list arrests in fiscal year 2017, 6 in 2018, 0 in 2019, 3 in 2020. In 2021, President Biden's first year in office, terror watch list arrests surged to 15. In 2022, there were 98 terrorists arrested at the southern border. In this fiscal year so far, there have been 38 arrests. According to Border Patrol, there have been approximately 1.2 million known gotaways since President Biden took office. In November alone, 73,000 border crossers evaded overwhelmed Border Patrol agents, but were detected by other forms of surveillance. These crossers are known as gotaways. Often these border crossers are evading being caught by Border Patrol because they have a criminal record or contraband to hide, unlike most migrants who cross with the explicit intention to meet Border Patrol. But today I want to ask about other sinister news in the immigration space. I have a copy here of an email circulated last Thursday, January 26th, at Mount Pleasant High School in Rhode Island. Its assistant principal, Stephanie Harvey, someone with a doctorate in education, is fundraising among its faculty and staff to pay a debt to a cartel that trafficked a student. The email, calling it an urgent matter, reads, "We have a student who came to America with Coyote, which is a group that helps people. This group gives you a time frame to make a payment of $5,000 to those who bring them into the States. Our student needs our urgent support to raise another $2,000 to meet his goal of $5,000 by February 1st, 2023. Sheriff, is this helpful?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is this helpful to have faculty raising money to pay a Mexican cartel to bring someone into the country?
Congressman, no.
Okay. The ranking member said that many of President Trump's policies have been continued. Is the fence continuing to be built on the southern border?
No.
Is the Remain in Mexico policy being continued?
No.
Is the agreement with the Northern Triangle countries to immediately deport illegal immigrants who come into this country, has that policy been continued?
No.
Sheriff, let me ask you something. We now have in this country 2 million individuals who have gone through the entire process and have been adjudicated for removal. In other words, they came to this country, they applied for asylum, they weren't entitled to asylum, they came here for economic reasons, so they went through, they had due process, they have been adjudicated, they have been ordered removed, and the President of the United States has instructed ICE not to seek those individuals and remove them from the country. 2 million. What's the impact of an order like that in terms of welcoming people who are coming to this country for all the wrong reasons?
Well, Congressman, that's one of the things that has changed with the 2 administrations that I've seen is the former president had a very strong message.
When you say former president, President Trump?
Yes, sir. That if you come to the country, you break our laws, there's consequences. Under the current one, that's not being, the rule of law is not being fulfilled.
Okay, and I guess just to further that a little bit, the impact on individuals that are considering coming to this country. When they know if they come to this country, there's going to be a consequence, a negative consequence for them, or, and I'm not even talking about a welcome mat. We welcome immigrants to this country. We welcome people who want to go through the process the right way, who want legal immigration. But when they know that they're coming to this country and there is no consequence to come to this country illegally, and even when they lose in court and they are ordered removed, the United States won't remove them under this administration, and there is this hope for an amnesty program to go through Congress or informally, as President Obama did, and this president will probably do the same thing, issue an executive order with the stroke of a pen to give people amnesty. What is the impact on people being attracted to this country for all the wrong reasons?
Well, Congressman, there's a couple. Number one is they keep coming, and we're seeing that on the border. Number two, it's a fracture of our rule of law, the oath that I take, you all take, and share it. And last but not least is it's an insult to all law enforcement, state, local, and federal, trying to do our best to secure this border.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for yielding.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have two articles that I'd like to offer for the record. One from Fox News, published January 28th, and another one published December 1st.
Without objection, they'll be entered into the record. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your compelling testimony and offer my deepest sympathy and prayers for your family and your lost son. All of us feel that way on this days. I just, you know, it's important to note that I think every member of this committee wants to have order at the border. We want laws that can be enforced, but we also need to take a good look at really what's happening. And if you take a look at who's coming into the United States without benefit of a visa, it's a mix. Some individuals are coming from communist countries like Venezuela or Nicaragua or Cuba, and they're coming to seek asylum because they've been persecuted. That's permitted under immigration law, and yet the numbers have made it difficult to process that in an orderly way. Some are coming, just like my grandparents, because for economic reasons. They want to have a better life for them and their family, and there's really, in most cases, no way for that to happen in a lawful manner. And some are bad guys, and especially they're coming through more rural areas, and I think that's why the sheriff is seeing what he's seeing. And I think it's important as we think about what to do and what strategies that will be effective, we need to think about those different categories of individuals. We spend more money today on the Border Patrol than ever before in the history of the country. We spend more money on immigration enforcement than all other federal law enforcement combined. So it's not as if we're unwilling to pay for enforcement, but I note that the wall that some feel will be the answer, on average, was breached last year once every 11 minutes. It was breached over 4,000 times. So I don't know that that's really the answer that people think it is. Now, taking a look at the Cubans and the Nicaraguans and the Venezuelans, for example, the administration created a parole program just recently for a safe and organized process for migrants seeking protection as asylum seekers. And when they did, the number of people coming irregularly dropped. My understanding is that between the ports of entry, individuals seeking asylum from those countries dropped 97%. And if you put yourself in the place of that individual, if there's a way to get safe haven, you're going to take that rather than risk your life, you know, walking through the jungle. What we don't have is reform of the immigration laws that would give some opportunity for people seeking economic advancement to have a hope that that could happen. And I think that's really on us, on the Congress. In this last Congress and the Congress before that, we had a Farm Workforce Modernization Act. It got broad support, a big bipartisan vote in the Congress. It died in the Senate. But we know that more than half the farm workers in the United States are undocumented, and yet we need farm workers in the country. If there's a way to have an orderly system, I think that would help us a lot as a country. And so we all want order at the border. We want, to save, a humanitarian crisis is not best solved at the border. We need to take a look, and I've urged that not just the United States, but other Western Hemisphere countries work together to try and bring stability to the 3 countries in Central America that are really the origin of many of those fleeing. And we have not succeeded at that. So let me just close with this, Judge. You've seen the people coming in to your city. Have you, why are they coming to the United States, the people that you've met in your city?
Well, they're extremely passionate. I wish most of our citizens had the passion and the desire to be in our country like they do. I've heard a lot of different stories. One of them is the fact that they stand up for their rights in their country, and then they're persecuted because of that. They're asked not to do those kinds of things, like they get targeted. I get a lot of them telling me that they're still. Their parents will call and say, they go to my house every single day and find out where I'm at. And so they're very passionate about coming here, extremely passionate about working. They all say the same thing, that they're very willing and able to work here in the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see my time has expired.
Lady yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, we mourn the loss of your son, Noah, and hundreds of thousands of other victims and families who have been irreparably damaged by this catastrophe. I would note that, of course, China and the Mexican drug cartels are taking full advantage of this wide-open southwest border. We all know that. That's what the testimony reflects. We've recorded record amounts of deadly fentanyl that are coming into American neighborhoods all over the country. Last year alone, over 100,000 Americans died of a drug overdose, and the fentanyl poisoning is a key component of that, and we know it. My questions are going to be for the sheriff, but I just want to recount a couple of facts here so that everybody back home can take account. Since President Biden took office, U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials have encountered over 4.5 million illegal aliens across the southwest border. It's been said a few times. We're going to say it repeatedly today. The number is disastrous. If we do not have a border, we do not have a nation. We cannot maintain our sovereignty and security if we don't have a border. But nearly 1.7 million of those illegal aliens encountered across the southwest border have been released into America's communities. They're coming into my community, my state, and all of ours. It's all over the country now. During fiscal year 2022, CBP encountered 2,378,000 plus illegal aliens, the most in any single year. That broke the record from 2021, which is the second largest number. Just during December 2022, CBP encountered 251,487 illegal aliens crossing the border. It's the highest number ever encountered in a single month. The point is, this gets worse and worse and worse. And why is that? Well, because the Biden administration has been reversing the vast majority of the Trump administration's successful border enforcement policies, and they are intentionally, Secretary Mayorkas and his administration, they are dismantling immigration enforcement. They are encouraging illegal immigration, encouraging it, inviting people to come here. That's been happening for the last 2 years. It's beyond refute. That's what the evidence shows. That's what everybody can see who cares to pay attention to this. They've terminated the construction of the border wall. The Biden administration issued orders restricting immigration officers' ability to arrest, detain, and remove aliens who violate U.S. law. I can go on and on. But Sheriff Daniels, you've been in law enforcement for nearly 4 decades. You testified, you gave some very compelling testimony this morning about all the problems that you've encountered. And the question is, have you tried to share those concerns with the Biden administration? And if so, how did the administration respond?
Yes, thank you, Congressman. We actually have, on behalf of National Sheriff Association, I chair border security for national sheriffs, but our national sheriff senior leadership has attempted through letters to reach out to President Biden. He's been invited to our events with major county sheriffs, western sheriffs, Southwest border, and national. We have never got a response back from this president. In fact, I was told just a couple months ago, he's the first president not to meet with sheriffs in this country. And he still has not to date, to my knowledge. Second to that is we did meet with Secretary Mayorkas. We reached out. I assembled about a dozen sheriffs. We met in El Paso. We sat down with the secretary. We gave him a 16-point action plan to share, to look at, we thought were common sense, humanitarian and public safety, national security objectives built within that. Never heard back. I asked the secretary where that plan was, what they were going to do with it. He asked me what plan. So long story short is we've never got a response back from the secretary.
It's an absolute dereliction of duty. It is inexcusable. And because of Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration's abandonment of any semblance of security on the border, what policies or procedures have you had to implement to cover for that?
Well, again, it goes back to where the honorable judge is talking about the absence of the state. We have the absence of the federal government. One thing I'll say, I think it's important to your question is, I work with many Border Patrol agents, federal agents, and to date, I have not heard one say that it's working. The morale, the frustration they feel, the frustration we feel, and let's not forget, we all serve communities in this country. We've had to step up our game. Again, when you look at 40 to 44% of all your crime is coming through the border. In my rural county, I don't have the pleasure of the resources like El Paso, which is urban in nature, that we've had to step, and thanks to Governor Ducey and our state legislative folks, the $4.3 million, they're helping me pay those bills. In a rural county, that's a huge impact. When it comes to our interdiction teams, our camera system, you name it, the state's helping us.
I'm out of time. I yield back, but I thank you for your service and all those brave men and women who are serving in that impossible situation. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, my condolences to you on the loss of your dear son. And Sheriff Daniels, thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you.
For years, we've listened to MAGA Republicans decry a so-called invasion at our southern border. Now that they have a House majority, MAGA Republicans are in charge, and MAGA Republicans are responsible for coming up with solutions, but unfortunately, this hearing is nothing more than a distraction from the fact that my MAGA friends cannot agree on the problem or the solution. The House Republican border security plan is so extreme that it is opposed by dozens of their own members. Their plan has been called extreme, anti-American, and not Christian. And that's how Republicans describe it. What we do know is that the MAGA Republican plan will shut down asylum to everyone, including those fleeing communist totalitarian regimes and young children who are crossing the border alone to flee gang violence. This draconian and cruel policy will only diminish America's standing in the world. Meanwhile, President Biden has shown that we can lower the number of unauthorized border crossings while still treating migrants with dignity and humanity. Immigration is much more than a scary B-roll on Fox News or inflammatory Twitter posts. It's about our fellow human beings, migrants who arrive with nothing but the clothes on their backs, work hard to build new lives here. Indeed, immigrants are important for our communities and our economy because of the skills they bring to the contributions that they make to our society. New Americans in my district are small business owners who pay their taxes, enrich our neighborhoods, and help newer members of the community. For example, they've set up numerous businesses and vibrant and economically successful locations where they can even employ other immigrants and Americans. At Refugee Coffee in Clarkston, Georgia, they even have a food pantry where they leave groceries for anyone that might be in need. Immigrants are vital to my district, and we appreciate them. Now, while Republicans resort to political stunts at the border and theatrical hearings like this one, Democrats stand ready to fix a broken immigration system. We have a responsibility to act, and we stand ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions. Judge Samaniego, thank you for being here. I'm fortunate to be traveling with my colleague, Veronica Escobar, to El Paso tomorrow. What can you tell me that we should be looking for on our visit tomorrow?
I believe the unity of what happens when a community decides to work together. You know, we're called El Paso del Norte was our first name, and so we've been doing this for centuries. People pass through our community. We know how to do this in a humanitarian way. We are very, very organized. We have a strategy that I think that people should look at, that, you know, especially this idea of getting communities to send buses to us so that we can have sponsors and migrants that go to their community. So our strategy works. It only doesn't work when we're not funded properly. At any point, we're able to handle large numbers, but then we don't get the proper funding. And when we talk about, like Secretary Mayorkas, so when he came down, he immediately was able to help us with FEMA funding, allowed us to move the processes. And when you push them back into Juarez, all you're doing is creating more anxiety, you're creating more desperation, you're creating more issues, not only for us, but for a community that works, you know, on an economic level. There's no border that works in such an economic level. And to push them back, I think is extremely reckless of our neighbors.
Well, let me stop you there and ask you this last question. According to CBP, from January 2021 to January 2023, only 8 undocumented immigrants were arrested for fentanyl smuggling at the southern border.
That's correct.
Compared to 119 U.S. citizens. Is it your experience that an increase in migrants is tied to an increase in fentanyl?
We haven't seen that because, first of all, they come with very little things. I mean, they get a backpack, they get, you know, they're carrying things that are very easy, they're vetted very properly. Not only are they vetted with Border Patrol, we vet them as well. We vet them at the shelters, so we're constantly looking for that. We're taking care of the nation. We're not gonna allow someone to bring drugs in and unwittingly. I mean, we're gonna do everything possible to be part of that process.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dunn, you and your wife, thank you for being here today. Appreciate your testimony and your willingness to share your experience and express my sympathy and condolences to you, and appreciate the work that you're doing now. I want to just clear 2 things up briefly, though. The figures just cited by my colleague from Georgia are at ports of entry only and do not reflect between ports of entry arrests for fentanyl transportation. So please don't ever let the facts get in the way of a good narrative from the other side. Not only that, when the gentlelady from California said she supports an orderly system for legal migration, we have an orderly system for legal migration. That's why 1 million people are brought in legally every year. The numbers that you hear are between the ports of entry, because that's where CBP operates. So when CBP talks about the number of encounters being 4.5 million, that's between the ports of entry. Sheriff Daniels, how big is your county?
It's just under 6,300 square miles with 83 miles of international border.
And what's the population?
About 125,000.
How many NGOs do you have that deal with the flow of international or illegal migrants coming across?
Maybe 1 or 2, 3. Most of them come from outside, not within the county.
I know Yuma County has 1. Yeah. So that's interesting. So when we look at this, are your deputies ever dispatched to deal with criminality or situations involving illegal aliens?
On a daily basis, yes.
How often? How many times per day?
Throughout the day, usually when I check on them, they're in some kind of some kind of issue with border security or immigration, and when I go home, I hear calls. I mean, it's throughout the whole day.
What sorts of dangers does your department and your deputies specifically encounter because of these interactions?
Well, the biggest thing we're addressing right now is out of the 1,578 people that came to my county, 1,500 were U.S. citizens coming down to commit international crime. Based on greed, they're getting paid $3,000 per person to drive them 3 hours north up to Phoenix, Arizona, in your neck of the woods, Congressman. It's a game of greed, but when they get in those cars, they pick them up along the highways, they take off at 100 and some miles an hour. That's resulting in death. It's putting my citizens in risk. We see it almost every day in my county, and that's been deadly for us.
So if I understand what you're saying, cartels are recruiting American citizens from as far away as the Valley of the Sun, the Phoenix area, to come on down and transport people who have illegally entered the country up to Phoenix for further distribution throughout the country.
Congressman, that's correct, but to take it one step further, from the United States, we get them from the Midwest, we get them from all over. We have a map where we get them from in our office.
And what's the going, and you said, what was the going rate that they get paid per person?
We started an operation back in March called Safe Streets, collective effort of state, local, and federal law enforcement trying to do some interdiction to protect our citizens. It was like $1,000 to $1,500. Right now it sits at $3,000 per person.
Have you ever had juveniles come down to drive as well?
Yes, I believe last year we apprehended and charged, I think it was around 100 juveniles that were remanded as adults for driving, and all the way up to underage where they don't even have a license. We had a couple weeks ago, we had a 14-year-old and a 15-year-old driving a car, picking up, I think, 5 undocumented.
And this is human smuggling?
This is human smuggling, yes.
You've given us some pictures that are up here on display. What are those pictures of?
The picture on the right side of the white truck and the red car. The red car had a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, and I believe a 14-year-old, and they were down from the Pinal County area, which is up by Casa Grande, down here to pick up migrants, working with the criminal cartels and a scout. The car saw one of my deputy sheriffs, took off at a high rate of speed, hit the white car, and then crashed. All 3 were in critical condition, and then were ejected from that vehicle.
And this other one?
The other one was a vehicle out of Phoenix. It was a stolen vehicle that was in one of our business areas in a business parking lot. The Border Patrol saw them. They took off at a high rate of speed, got into a pursuit. It rammed the Border Patrol agent, the unmarked car, and they were apprehended with illegals.
There's so much more to talk about. I'm sorry I'm out of time. Thank you for being here, Sheriff Daniels.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Ranking Member Nadler for welcoming me back to the committee. Mr. Dunn, thank you for your testimony today, and I want to join my colleagues in expressing my condolence over your terrible loss. Since I last held a seat on this committee over 10 years ago, our country has undergone some of its most turbulent years, from attacks on our democracy to increasing gun violence, including 4 mass shootings in my home state of California in just the last week, to continuing acts of racial injustice. Many of the issues that Americans are most concerned about fall within this committee's jurisdiction. But instead of tackling those concerns or joining Democrats in a comprehensive immigration reform, many Republicans in Congress seem intent on demonizing migrant families and asylum seekers, portraying them as fentanyl traffickers and violent criminals. In the real world, asylum seekers are vulnerable individuals and families fleeing political persecution and torture. And these terrible stereotypes that my Republican colleagues are peddling have real-world consequences and bring real-world harm as they increase the level of hate and violence directed at immigrants here at home. More than that, let me just take this opportunity to recognize the many immigrants who risked their lives during the pandemic to take care of us when we were sick in the hospital with COVID, who brought food to our grocery stores and delivered goods to our doors, who worked in our fields so we would not go hungry, and who died disproportionately because they could not work from home. I want to say thank you for your courage. Our country is better off for having you here. I want to start my questions by debunking a couple pernicious stereotypes. First, when it comes to drug trafficking, CBP reports that over 83% of smuggled fentanyl, heroin, and methamphetamine is discovered during vehicle inspections at ports of entry where people enter the country legally. Not smuggled by migrants, but driven across the border by U.S. citizens engaged in criminal activity at ports of entry. Judge Samaniego, the fentanyl crisis is real, but how is it really entering the country in your experience, and who is doing the smuggling?
Well, as you said, Congressman, they're coming in through the port of entries. We do not get a lot of information of migrants doing that. As I said earlier, the fact that they're not carrying much with them and the fact that they've been vetted as they come in when we process them. And that's why I keep insisting that an organized way of processing and our ability to be able to process properly is really helping tremendously. When we do not do that, and it pushes the migrants who have to go further out, that's when you start having these illegal entries because there's not a way for them to come in properly and meet the Border Patrol there at the border. And so we know that going further creates risk for them. They get preyed on. There's so many things happen by not following the process. And when we're allowed to do it and we're supported and funded properly, I think we do a lot for our country.
Thank you, Judge. Second, relative to undocumented immigrants, and using Texas as an example, U.S.-born citizens in Texas are more than twice as likely to be arrested for violent crimes and 2.5 times more likely to be arrested for drug crimes. Judge Samaniego, can you speak to the experiences and interactions you've had with migrant families and asylum seekers at the border? What is the real-life impact that such anti-migrant rhetoric and misinformation have on these communities?
Well, it's just, it's heartbreaking, obviously, that why they're coming in, they want to work. I'll give you an example. We've had individuals that were held back because they got caught up in, not being able to go back because of Title 42. And they were asking for, give us brooms, give us bags. We want to help us. We do not want to be perceived as lingering or burdening your community or any part of the country. And they talk a lot about the fact that they're wanting to work, they're passionate about working, and they're ready to do something for our country. We do not get, I interact with them completely. I work with the unaccompanied children, and I have a lot of exposure, and I feel extremely confident that the majority of them have no interest in drugs or doing anything like that other than to work and to participate and be part of the dream that they're looking for. And a lot of them, like I said, they're coming out of desperation of how they're treated in their countries, how they're persecuted, and they're looking for a better life. I do not, I stand here saying, with all honesty, that I do not see or understand some of the things that are said here today about them wanting to be part of drug cartels or putting them in that situation. It's just completely opposed to what I've experienced there in El Paso.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Judge.
Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Yield to Mr. Roy.
I thank the gentleman from Florida. I thank the witnesses for being here. I just want to clarify the record here for a second. The idea that the fact that fentanyl is caught at ports of entry and that is the only place that is coming through is belied by the facts, and is belied by the facts that the Border Patrol is now distracted processing human beings, just as the judge from El Paso just described, but just ignores the impact on what that does to the actual border. The Border Patrol can't possibly catch all of the fentanyl at the ports of entry, nor catch the fentanyl between the ports of entry. Mr. Daniels, do you agree with that assessment?
I do. We've had a depletion in Border Patrol because they've been taken to other areas where processing is more important.
And is it your experience that fentanyl pours in between the ports of entry and that fentanyl does in fact get into our communities in mass quantities today due to our open border?
Yes.
I appreciate that. Now, Mr. Dunn, obviously in the introduction, I talked about you being from the county in which I live, in Hays County. You testified, Mr. Dunn, earlier that it was not just Noah who passed away in Hays County last year due to fentanyl poisoning in our community. Is it not true that 3 other Hays Independent School District students died from fentanyl overdoses in our community in Hays County last summer? Is that accurate?
That's correct. And a 4th 14-year-old died in January of this year.
just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Another
and
family.
During the Christmas break, 6 other students were poisoned by fentanyl, but they were successfully saved.
And last summer, there were another 8 who were brought back through the use of Narcan. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Dunn, your lovely bride, Janelle, is Hispanic, yes?
Yes.
Do you believe that believing in a secure border makes one racist or anti-Hispanic?
Not in the slightest. Her family actually holds that same position.
I thank you for that. You guys have been active now in a number of organizations trying to get out and understand the lost voices of fentanyl. Is that right?
Yes.
Worked with Ms. Virginia Krieger.
Yes.
And she's lost her daughter due to Percocet that was laced with fentanyl. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that have been the lost faces of fentanyl, I've done this before. Noah is one of these lost voices due to fentanyl now.
He is now. I'm not sure if he's included in that picture.
And these pictures are the faces of Americans who are no longer with us due to fentanyl flowing throughout our communities. Now, these are young individuals who are not here today. Now, Noah's not here today. Do you care precisely whether or not fentanyl is coming through ports of entry or between ports of entry, or was your family directly impacted because fentanyl is flooding into our communities one way or the other?
However it gets here, it's here.
And in your experience talking to other family members and talking to law enforcement personnel, is it your observation and belief that the overwhelming flood at our borders, distracting Border Patrol from being able to carry out their duty to stop the flow between the ports of entry or do inspections at the ports of entry, is resulting in more fentanyl pouring into our communities that is then resulting in the death of Americans and, in fact, the death of migrants in the process?
Yes, most of the fathers that I speak with that are not as vocal as the mothers, the common thing they've expressed to me is to come up here and let people know that it's a border issue. It's not an immigration issue. It's flooding across the borders because there's a problem at the borders.
In your communication with families who have lost loved ones due to fentanyl poisonings, do you believe that it is an imperative that this country's federal government, who has a constitutional obligation to secure the border of the United States, do so in order to ensure that we stop the flow of fentanyl and dangerous and illicit narcotics into the United States, resulting in the death of Americans?
Yes.
Do you believe that if this country adopted policies that enabled us to restrict and stop the flow of fentanyl, and that includes ensuring that we have no longer a flood of human beings at our border, while still maintaining asylum laws and protecting people who are being persecuted under actual threat of persecution for their religious and political beliefs, do you believe that stopping the flow of individuals, enabling Border Patrol to stop fentanyl, that is a critical imperative, and if that were adopted, would help save lives like Noah's?
I do, and most others that I talk with feel the same way.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Thank you, Janelle. I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses, and particularly thank you, Mr. Dunn, for being here. And I, too, join my colleagues in expresses our condolences for your unspeakable loss. Mr. Chairman, the House Republican Border Security Plan is one of the most extreme stances this body has seen on immigration in recent history, and that's saying something. It's so extreme that dozens of Republican members oppose it, and some have even called it un-American. The Republican plan would effectively shut down asylum, including families fleeing communism, totalitarian regimes, and unaccompanied children desperately seeking refuge. This is not only a moral failing to asylum seekers fleeing persecution, it also defies existing laws. We have obligations under international agreements and U.S. domestic law to accept and protect asylum seekers. We can't just ignore these obligations because some want to prey on anti-immigrant and xenophobic sentiments to gin up political support. This is sadly an ongoing and blatant attempt by our Republican colleagues to use fear tactics to scare us into turning immigrants away and to demonizing people coming here in search of a better life. We cannot and should not do that. Democrats have put forth proposals that will actually help fix our broken immigration system and secure our borders in a safe and humane way. We've proposed legislation that addresses the root causes of migration, improves border security, and creates additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States. In fact, the 2023 Omnibus Bill, which we passed in December, even included funding to help Customs and Border Patrol stop dangerous cartels, the actual cause of drugs being smuggled into the country, not asylum seekers, by the way, but our House Judiciary Republicans unanimously opposed the bill. So yes, there's a crisis at the border, but it's not the one that the Republican leadership is shouting about. And so, Judge Samaniego, I want to ask you, in your capacity as El Paso County Judge, you meet with many migrants who enter the United States via the El Paso port of entry, and you work very hard to ensure that they're treated with dignity here in the United States. Can you describe what your sense is of why these migrants are entering the U.S., and are they in fact seeking asylum?
I'd like to comment about Border Patrol, and that is, you know, we've been talking about what they have to do, and you're pushing them into do other things. And I can tell you that if we weren't doing our jobs, and I said earlier, we're pushing that you know, back to them, very limited, space is limited, personnel is limited, and we're pushing them back to them. But like I said, you know, we deal a lot, El Paso deals a lot with migrants, and we interact tremendously. We get to see them at shelters, we get to see them at the point of entry, and they're wanting to come here to work, and they're wanting to do something for our country. And I have to stress that we are very, you know, we're very lucky, the things that they want to do, and the things they want to maintain, and the values that they have for the United States. It's just remarkable that under all the circumstances that they go through, they come to our country with tremendous amount of passion to be part of our value system.
And Judge, what kinds of resources do border counties like yours need to ensure that local officials are able to adequately protect public health and safety, while also ensuring that migrants are treated with dignity and processed quickly and efficiently and consistent with our values as the great democracy we are? What more can we do as a federal government to help you do the excellent work that you are doing in El Paso?
The most important thing that we've seen is decompression. You know, that we need the Border Patrol to be able to decompress and allow us to process. And so sometimes, like I said, we're not funded properly. We cannot process properly, and then that's when you have people or buses going into communities that are not ready for them. Obviously, we need shelter. Most of the migrants will move out within 72 hours. And I can tell you that not even 1% of the migrants ever stay in our community. And they're moving to other directions. They've got sponsorship. So we really need that support of being able to have shelter for them so that we can accommodate them. Like I said, 40% already have sponsors and they can move quickly, but the others, it takes us about a day, maybe 72 hours to be able to process them, redirect them. And I can tell you that most of them are going to be U.S. citizens. And if you treat them wrongly, they'll remember that. If you treat them properly and you treat them with respect and humanity and humanitarianism, these are going to be part of our residents, part of our citizens. And this is the first face that they have with our country. And I want to be able for them to keep that excitement, have that respect for America, and you do that by treating them properly. So we need shelter, we need food, and we need to be able to use our strategy. Our strategy works. And I wish that someone would take the time to look at what we do for 4 years now. We've been working on this strategy.
The gentleman's time has expired. I'll now recognize myself for 5 minutes. I think this discussion has brought out something that Border Patrol officers told me when I toured the border in the Yuma sector recently. Don't send us more money, they said. They'll only use it to process illegals faster into this country. And I think that the testimony has been bringing that out very clearly today. Since Joe Biden canceled the Remain in Mexico policy and ordered ICE not to enforce court-ordered deportations and abandoned the border wall and signaled to the world that America's borders no longer mattered, we've seen 1.7 million illegal aliens deliberately admitted into this country and another 1.2 million known gotaways have entered while the Border Patrol's been overwhelmed changing diapers and taking names. Now, that is an illegal alien population of 2.9 million. That is the entire population of the state of Mississippi, just since this administration changed these policies and precipitated this crisis. And as the Democrats' witness testified, illegal aliens are now being rapidly and efficiently trafficked by our government to every community in our nation. What the Democrats have never explained is how our schools are made better by packing classrooms with non-English speaking students, how our hospitals are made more accessible by flooding emergency rooms with illegals demanding care, how our social safety net is strengthened by adding millions of impoverished and dependent individuals to systems that are already strained to the breaking point, how our neighborhoods are made safer by introducing violent cartels into our communities and making it impossible to deport criminal illegal aliens, how our nation's made safer as known terrorists are encountered entering our country in record numbers, how our children are made more secure with fentanyl pouring across our border, or how working families are helped by flooding the labor market with cheap illegal labor. This is the nightmare that the Democrats have unleashed upon our country. I asked the same group of Border Patrol agents in Yuma, what laws could we write that would help them? And they said unanimously, the first thing we need to do is enforce our existing laws. This administration clearly doesn't intend to do so, and the laws that we'll write in the House, I'm afraid, are not going to survive the Democratic Senate or get Joe Biden's signature, so this situation is going to continue to escalate and continue to worsen. It's already being felt intensely in our major cities and rural communities. New York City taxpayers are paying for luxury accommodations to house this flood of illegal aliens there. Fentanyl trafficked across the southwest border killed 71,000 people in America last year alone. In Tulare County, California, a cartel just viciously executed 6 innocent victims. I believe this country is going to soon awaken to a coordinated terrorist attack by elements that have entered through our porous border or with violent cartel wars erupting on our own streets. Our witnesses today tell the story of what their lives are now like in the border communities. But of course, these illegal aliens don't stay in the border communities. They are being trafficked to every community in America. So I'd like to ask Sheriff Daniels what he believes our communities should expect as this mass illegal migration makes its way from his community to ours.
Thank you, Congressman. Let me start off by saying this. I know we're hitting on immigration, and I'm here on border security, but I will say this. You made a comment that they don't stay in our border communities. There is one instance they do stay in our border communities. That's when they die. Over the last 2 years, we have over 1,000 migrants touch U.S. soil coming across our border illegally that have died, that sheriffs, the 31 sheriffs on the border have had to process as homicides until proven otherwise. That's 1,000 migrants under inhumane conditions smuggled by the criminal cartels that we've left in our border communities and left families in Mexico mourning. So there is a consequence to this open border. Second of all, these sheriffs, these police chiefs, these communities are doing the impact, and I've heard it from Democrats, I've heard it from Republicans. I'll say this to y'all, I didn't drive out here or come out here 2,000 miles with a political agenda. I came out here with a public safety agenda, and that is to protect all people. But you gotta do that by starting with border security. That's where it starts. Then we gotta look at our immigration laws, and I agree with you, Congressman. We have the laws to address it. Legal, and I'll say that. They can come to any port. I can promise you, my 2 international ports in my county, they don't come there. The only time we saw asylum claims on our 2 port of entries was when the cartels were having an internal rift and shot over 40 people we watched it happen from our international line in my county. We had cartel members claiming credible fear that were allowed in our country, that just executed somebody and then come in and claim credible fear because the other side was trying to kill them. So we have a problem on our border. We truly do, but we need you all's help. You all's help to do it, fix it. Thank you.
My time's expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
Mr. Dunn, thank you for coming today, and we all share your love and passion for NOAA and the determination to get something done. I have a family member, by the grace of God, is alive today after addiction, and also sadly know somebody who has died because of fentanyl. I also believe there's bipartisan support to take on China for its role in exporting fentanyl. And Sheriff Daniels, also thank you for doing a very hard job.
Thank you, Congressman.
Two brothers who are deputy sheriffs, and you've got a very, very tough job, especially just where you are in the world. Would it help your job or hurt your job if you had 20,000 more Border Patrol agents assisting you on the Texas-U.S. border?
Speaking on behalf of, Congressman, on behalf of my brothers and sisters from CBP, I would say that would help.
Yeah, I agree. And we passed legislation in the Senate that would have done that, and I wish we could get a vote on that in the House. I also just want to talk to you. My brothers sometimes are a part of raids. You know, it's a car stop. You take guns and drugs out of the car. You put them on a table. You have a press conference. It's a deterrent to future criminals, and you show and hold up the law enforcement who did that. Sometimes they raid houses on search warrants, and again, they find illegal drugs and guns and paraphernalia. Do you consider those types of raids that your department have done, are those successes or failures when that happens?
They're a little bit of both, I'll say, Congressman.
A failure because the drugs are in the community, but a success because you all caught them.
Yes.
The reason I bring that up is because I think too often many of my colleagues on the other side have rooted on some of the chaos around this issue and don't want to be a part of the solutions or the change. And so recently there have been a number of tweets that my colleagues have posted. One of them from Mr. Gooden. It says, enough fentanyl to kill 140 million Americans was seized at the southern border in June. In honor of Overdose Awareness Week, I'm calling on Joe Biden to close his open border. Then Mr. Buck said, since November, enough fentanyl to kill 2.1 billion people has been seized at the southern border. We must secure the border and protect our children and families. The chairman of the Republican caucus, Ms. Stefanik, said over 800 pounds of fentanyl were seized at our southern border in October. This is Biden's border crisis. And this is just cheering on chaos instead of honoring the police who did the tough job, the hard work, and seized the drugs and took them off the streets. And if we want to talk about some of the fentanyl facts, 96% of the fentanyl seized in the last fiscal year was seized at ports of entry. And 86% of the convictions around fentanyl coming across our border were convictions of U.S. persons. 86%. So we should talk about fentanyl. We should go after China. But this is chaos, what I'm seeing from my Republican colleagues. And when George Bush had successes, rightful successes, stopping the war on terror, I never heard my Republican colleagues say, well, someone was stopped from carrying out a terrorist attack. This is George Bush's terrorism crisis. We should celebrate law enforcement. We should not deride them and use them to make points that actually don't even land because the fentanyl crisis is not happening where you all are claiming it's happening. So I will take this opportunity and I'll thank Sheriff Daniels and the men and women he works with, and I'll thank CBP for the hard work they do. And I invite my colleagues to join us, not in chaos, but in change. And finally, Mr. Roy's bill that is a part of this hearing would seek to end asylum, an asylum process that has brought to the United States some of the best minds in science, some of the best athletes in the world, some of the best diplomats like Secretary Madeleine Albright. One person recently said, with respect to Mr. Roy's bill and proposal, are we stupid? Come on. This country was based on good minds. Look at Albert Einstein. We gave him a piece of paper to come in. We are letting the Albert Einstein of this modern time slip away. It wasn't a Democrat who said that. It was Mr. Roy's Republican colleague, Representative Maria Elvira Salazar. So I invite my colleagues, listen to your own colleagues who know better on this issue, because it could use a lot more change and solutions and a lot less chaos. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Judge Samaniego.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear about the conflict between the Mexican army and the Sinaloa cartel in the city of Culiacan in early this month?
I did.
As described in The Guardian, it said that they captured Ovidio Guzman, who's son of El Chapo, prompting a wave of retaliatory attacks from cartel gunmen. After a night of violence, gunmen exchanged fire with security forces, blocking roads with burning vehicles and shooting at Army helicopters and police airplanes, bringing reinforcements to the city. According to one resident, heavy fighting raged for hours after Guzman, a key figure in the Sinaloa cartel since the arrest of his father, was arrested in the city early on Thursday. It goes on to say that residents were locked into their homes. All major roads into the city were blocked with burning vehicles, and gunmen attacked a military air base. It goes on. You would agree that the cartels are dangerous organizations, aren't they?
They are.
And they've come to have extraordinary capacity to operate in Mexico, to the point that they can take on the Mexican army. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure if that's a true statement, but...
Well, in this case, they actually had a running battle with the Mexican army where helicopter gunships were deployed to fire, and they were firing at them. There was an open warfare in the city. You do understand that, right, sir?
I do understand that.
Do you not see it as possible that in a future with an uncontrolled border, a border we can't control, that those same conditions could exist on the streets of American cities?
I believe that's not the case because I think we're mixing two things. We're mixing one, and that's unrest. We have unrest ourselves here in the United States, just like in Mexico, and we're mixing two things.
Are the cartels strengthened by the fees they receive for trafficking humans across the border?
Well, you know, I think there's a lot of assumptions.
Is that a hard question to answer, yes or no?
Well, give me the question straight so I can understand what you
My
said.
understanding is that billions in income come to the cartels, and according to the Border Patrol officers I've met, they say nobody comes across the Rio Grande. Nobody comes across the border without paying a fee of thousands. And many of these people don't have thousands, so they enter a life of indentured servitude until they pay it off. Their family might be tortured to pay for it. And the cartels earn billions from it. Is that not true?
It's true, but it's true on the Trump era as well.
Okay.
It's not, it has nothing to do with...
I don't even think it's necessarily should be a battle between Republicans and Democrats about who gets kudos for stopping the flood across the border. But isn't it true that the policy is strengthening the cartels, these dangerous cartels that can operate in the open and conduct open warfare with the Mexican army?
Well, I think you're talking about the root cause, and that's a broken system. And we're having, you know, we have to shoulder a broken system there in our community.
So we just deplore it as a broken system. But we don't need to respond as if this is an emergency and a threat to the United States, that the same conditions could occur here?
I'm not understanding how you're mixing the two things of trying to help asylum seekers. It's part of our
Well, if this transnational criminal cartel organizations that exist, and they're capable of doing what they're doing in Mexico, and they're being strengthened day in and day out, and their drug trade is producing profits and expanding their forces in the United States, isn't it just a matter of time and amount before they can do the same thing here that they do there?
We've seen this for 50, 60 years, cartels doing that and the fights that happen between them. We live that, and we happen to be one of the safest. When Mexico was the worst in the world in violence, we were still the safest community in the country.
So you're copacetic about it. You think there's not a threat to the United States?
Well, there's a threat, but I cannot understand what we're here for. Immigration. We're here to discuss what's the right thing to do for immigration. And I've always said that when you mix the two, it gets very complicated. It's complicated enough to look at them separately, much less when you combine the two. When you try to talk about the drugs and try to talk about immigration, it gets so mixed up that you can't resolve it. So I'd like to really focus on the fact that we need to do the best thing that we can. You know, you're very.
I'm out of time. I'd let you go on. I question your conclusion about what's humane and what's not, and with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you, sir.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me start off by noting that the chairman of this full Judiciary Committee lawfully defied a bipartisan congressional subpoena. Now, Mr. Dunn, thank you for coming here today. Sorry for your loss, and thank you for sharing your story and your efforts on working on the fentanyl issue. Judge Salmon, where you go. I have some questions for you about fentanyl. I agree with my Republican and Democratic colleagues that we need to tackle this issue. It's your experience, isn't it, that the overwhelming majority of fentanyl seizures occur at ports of entry and not from migrants bringing them across the border. Is that right?
That's correct. That's what we understand. That's what we know. We work so close with law enforcement, Border Patrol, ICE, and we do not get that suggestion that it's the migrants. And we talk directly to them. It's not the migrants that have that issue. It's at the port of entry by Americans, by the way, that are crossing into the United States more so than any other form that comes through our borders.
And in fact, your experience is actually what the data shows. So I have an article here from the Cato Institute, which is a libertarian think tank. The title of it is Fentanyl is Smuggled for U.S. Citizens by U.S. Citizens. And what the facts from this article show are that in 2021, U.S. citizens were 86.3% of the convicted fentanyl traffickers. In addition, over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points or interior vehicle checkpoints. So if we really want to tackle the bulk of this issue, what we want to do is strengthen technology at legal points of entry, at the ports of entry. We want to give Border Patrol more resources at these ports of entry to address the fentanyl seizures. And thank you to all the Border Patrol agents that the Republicans have highlighted repeatedly for how much they've been seizing in fentanyl because they're doing their job. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter this article from the Cato Institute titled, Fentanyl is Smuggled for U.S. Citizens by U.S. Citizens, not by asylum seekers.
Without objection.
So Sheriff Daniels, thank you for your public service.
Thank you, Congressman.
Do you know which American president said, for decades, the United States has not been in complete control of its borders?
No.
That president was George W. Bush in 2006. Are you familiar with Operation Intercept at all?
I'm not.
Okay. That was an operation put in by an American president that basically shut down the southern border for about 3 weeks. And then it was lifted because it was not sustainable. That American president was Richard Nixon. This hearing is titled Biden's Border Crisis. That is completely wrong. It is not Biden's border crisis. This has been a crisis for over half a century, from Nixon and every American president after him. They have not addressed this issue. I'm going to read you some comments from various American presidents. 80 to 90% of the heroin that comes into the U.S. today comes across our southern border. You know who said that? President Ford said that. Millions of undocumented aliens have illegally immigrated to the U.S. They have breached our nation's immigration laws, displaced many American citizens from jobs, and placed increased financial burden on many states and local governments. President Carter said that. The ongoing migration of persons to the United States in violation of our laws is a serious national problem. President Reagan said that. I was especially concerned about the growing problems of alien smuggling and international terrorists hiding behind immigrant status. President Clinton said that. I could go on and on. The only folks that can actually fix this problem is the United States Congress by passing laws. And we had a chance to do that with a bipartisan comprehensive immigration reform bill that passed the U.S. Senate on a bipartisan basis. And guess who stopped it? House Republicans. So it is simply a false narrative that this is Biden's border crisis. It is a crisis of over half a century, and the people that can stop it are we in Congress. I urge Republicans, instead of doing hearings and doing talking points, to actually work with Democrats on a comprehensive immigration bill that will, in fact, solve this problem. And with that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman, Mr. Daniels, with respect to that previous point. There's been about 4.7 million apprehensions under the current administration. Is that unprecedented in your eyes?
Yes.
2.7 million people have been released into the United States. Is that unprecedented, in fact, way off the charts compared to past numbers?
Yes.
The extent to which fentanyl is pouring into our communities, is that precedented?
Yes.
Or is it precedented? It's unprecedented, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
I heard.
I would ask the Judge Samaniego, you testified that there's no invasion. There were 162,000 encounters in the El Paso sector alone in the first quarter of this fiscal year. Does that sound correct? According to Border Patrol numbers. 55,000 in December alone. Is that correct? We had the Democrat mayor of El Paso who has been busing people to New York City. Truth?
Nope.
The Democrat mayor of El Paso has not been putting people on buses, sending them to New York City.
Not without notification at the other end.
Okay, but they're putting them on buses and sending them to New York City. And New York City today is asking the federal government for money to process individuals that they're dealing with overflowing in New York City. Now, you testified earlier that you weren't getting help from the state of Texas. Now, the city of El Paso declared emergency, but has the county declared emergency?
No.
No, the county has not declared emergency.
No, we did not.
The earlier testimony that you had before, you testified that this effort to want to secure the border is racist. So here's a question for you. 50% of Border Patrol are Hispanic. Border Patrol overwhelmingly wants us to change policies to secure the border. Not just as some are testifying that we need more resources. I know that Mr. Daniels, Sheriff Daniels, testified that having 20,000 additional agents would be helpful. The answer to that is, of course. Of course having more personnel would be helpful. But the question is what do they most want? Mr. Daniels, what does Border Patrol most want to secure the border? Do they want policy changes to actually enforce the law, or do they want more resources? Which would they rank higher?
Policy changes.
What kind of policy changes? Enforcing the laws of the United States at the border?
Enforce the rule of law, and I'll share this add-on too, support from, they feel like they're not being supported by this administration.
If we had a law that said that we should follow current law to detain individuals claiming asylum for the pendency of the adjudication of that claim, to require that they be detained according to current law, would that be banning asylum?
No.
And if people are claiming in this committee that it is banning asylum, would that be untrue?
Yes.
Hector Garza works in Laredo, Texas for Border Patrol. He's a friend. He is Hispanic. He said, the mother of all caravans isn't just materializing out of the ether, it's just the most recent wave of an invasion that is being aided and abetted by liberal activists who believe that subverting United States law is the best way to achieve their radical policy objectives. Mr. Daniels, do you believe that Hispanic Border Patrol agent Hector Garza is racist by describing what we're experiencing at the border as an invasion and suggesting that it is in fact the policies of liberal activists represented by my Democratic colleagues in this committee and in this House, that is what is subverting United States law? Do you believe that is racist?
No.
Judge Samaniego, do you believe that there, in light of your statement saying that these policies that are being promoted to secure the border, that you think that Border Patrol agent Hector Garza, a lifelong public servant working for the Border Patrol in Laredo, Texas, an Hispanic, a Texan, it's racist for that Hispanic American to say that it is an invasion, that his Border Patrol personnel are overwhelmed, that he believes that it is the liberal policies that are making a mockery of our current laws to say that we should enforce the laws, that we should enforce the laws on the books, that is in fact a racist statement by Hispanic Border Patrol agent Hector Garza?
Well, it's a freedom of speech, and he can say whatever he needs to say. I can tell you that if you ask the Border Patrol in El Paso, they're looking for assistance, that we do not detain them because they don't have the space, they don't have the personnel.
I appreciate that, but I would just suggest to you is that that is not a racist statement to say that we should secure the border. This chart, Mr. Daniels, can you see it from there? Can you see the uptick in the numbers here, way up here?
Yes.
That chart reflects the uptick in migrant deaths. That's 2020 to 2022. Almost 1,000 migrant deaths at the southwest border of the United States. We had 53 migrants die in a tractor trailer in San Antonio, cooked in the Texas heat. 57 were killed when a tractor trailer crammed with migrants rolled over the highway, crashing in Mexico's southern state of Chiapas. Ask me this, is it Christian for migrants to be treated like that and to die in tractor trailers? Would anybody at this panel think it's Christian? Mr. Dunn, you go to church in Hays County. Is it Christian to allow migrants to die like that?
This
No.
time has expired.
It is not.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you. Before I call on you, I have a few articles that I want to read into the record. El Paso forced to bus immigrants out of town amid mass migration, from the New York Post. El Paso joins Governor Greg Abbott in busing migrants to New York City, from Texas Tribune. And El Paso looks like a third world country after Texas border city, from the New York Post. Without objection, recognize the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the witnesses, all of you, for being here. Mr. Dunn, I want to join my colleagues in expressing my condolences to you and your wife, Janelle, and your family for your profound loss of Noah. For 4 years, Donald Trump pursued some of the most inhumane immigration policies as president. He cruelly tore thousands of children from their parents and did everything in his power to dismantle any parts of the U.S. legal immigration system and refugee resettlement system, a system that has been called the crown jewel of American humanitarianism, not by liberal radicals, but actually by the Association of Evangelicals. Today, my colleagues across the aisle want to go even further than Donald Trump, with policies that would effectively end asylum and place unaccompanied children in Remain in Mexico-type proceedings. Not even Donald Trump went that far. But don't take my word for how extreme this is. Even other Republicans have said that these proposals go too far, calling them extreme, and again, not liberal radicals calling them extreme, or calling them anti-American. That was from another Republican, other Republicans in this Congress. In fact, one Texas Republican said, and I quote, "Border security and immigration are two separate topics. One can be for a strong border security presence that prevents terrorists, fentanyls, and bad actors from entering our country, and one can be for welcoming future Americans in through the front door." So here are some facts. Since Congress created the Department of Homeland Security in 2003, we have spent over $350 billion on the agencies that enforce immigration law. Federal immigration spending has surpassed what was promised in multiple immigration bills that would have reformed the actual system so that there are legal pathways for people to come to this country. But we know that throwing money at the border without also fixing the legal immigration system is not going to be successful. We have passed, in December of 2022, Democrats passed the fiscal year 2023 omnibus, which included $60 million to hire additional CBP officers and support personnel at ports of entry, and another $70 million to strengthen non-intrusive inspection systems that scan vehicles and cargo to disrupt the flow of drugs, including fentanyl, at ports of entry. Not one of my Republican colleagues voted for that legislation. In June of 2020, Congress passed the infrastructure bill, which included $430 million to modernize our ports of entry and improve CBP's ability to detect illicit drugs. 200 House Republicans voted against it. We put that money in because we know that over 90% of fentanyl is seized at ports of entry. Now, I understand that the issues that we are talking about today require my Republican colleagues to tell a lot of statements that aren't true, to use nativist rhetoric, words like invasion and flooding that have actually been used throughout the history of this country to demonize immigrants to this country, different waves of immigrants that have come into this country, but that is not the way that we are going to solve this problem. Judge Samaniego, I want to thank you for your service and also for sending us the wonderful Congresswoman Escobar, who is such an important voice here on this committee and in this Congress. I want to call your attention to this chart that shows that when the Biden administration rolled out a clear process for Haitians to seek admission into the United States in June through August of 2021, and then again beginning in April of 2022, the number of Haitians presenting themselves at ports of entry increased. In fact, as we maintained that clear legal process for Haitians, people coming outside of the process basically ended. In your experience, meeting with people seeking safety, do you hear a persistent desire to follow a legal process to enter the United States?
Absolutely. I've seen some incredible situations where they're waiting in Juarez under very difficult circumstances, and sometimes the only reason they cross is because it gets so difficult for them. So they really are interested in doing the right thing. And I'm glad you mentioned the separation of children. There's nothing more heartbreaking. And I want to give credit to our Congresswoman who's really stepped up. So sometimes it doesn't take a law, it just takes a person. In El Paso and everywhere else, no longer is a separation of children because she found it to be offensive. She stood up for it, she's championed for that, and we no longer do that. And I think that's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. My time is yielded. I do ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter the following statements into the record. The American Immigration Lawyers Association, Church World Services, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, First Focus Campaign for Children, Human Rights First, Kids in Need of Defense, National Immigration Law Center, National Immigration Project, Project on Government Oversight, and the Southern Border Communities Coalition.
Without objection. I recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Bartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Samaniego, do you believe in the rule of law?
Pardon me?
Do you believe in the rule of law?
Absolutely.
So let me ask you a question. You were talking about asylum seekers. How many of them are actually legitimate asylum seekers, cases percentage-wise, based on the current law?
I think that's an impossible question because they have the right to say that they have credible fear. And it's not my position or my role to determine whether that's true or not, but that's the court.
But the cases, when you go and look at these cases, what is the percentage of them actually legitimate? What do you assess? That is actually was not abuse?
From the stories I've heard and what they go through and how they're persecuted in their countries and how, you know, how they're treated, and it's not economically driven as much as it's fear-driven.
So what is the percentages actually that could be legitimate? You know, when I was in Texas, a few years ago, and I talked to some people there, I actually been in El Paso too, it was under 10%. I'm not sure if this number changed now, but would you say that majority of them are not?
Well, I mean, you're asking for a non-objective. I mean, I can't.
Okay, then let me question. If there are a lot of illegitimate cases, do you think it hurts legitimate asylum seekers that actually can be killed by their government?
Well, absolutely. I mean, they're seeking to get away from their difficult situation, but I cannot tell you. That's up to the court.
So do you believe that, and I agree with you that it shouldn't be where the court really should be doing it because we're delaying the process, and do you believe that have such a large number of people at the border doesn't allow us actually to help legitimate people that could be dead? Because we have some people that very desperate people, don't get me wrong, life is tough in a lot of countries. There are a lot of things, that is real bad. But we have people really in a life and death situation. Do you believe to have such a scale of people coming to the border and maybe abusing the system and cartel take advantage of some of these people actually hurts legitimate people?
Well, that's the broken system. I mean, we're asking, the system says you have the right to express credible fear.
But the system should be checked at the border and should be go in the first port of entry. So there is a lot of abuses of the system. Do you believe we then need to tighten a little bit asylum procedures from our standpoint, that Border Patrol can do a better job, that we don't have to wait for a lot of cases that when they get to the court system? Do you think it's illegitimate?
I can tell you that the number of times that a migrant is vetted is unbelievable.
But they're not vetting for credible fear right now because they're so overwhelmed that they just say, I have a credible here. Cartel gives you a piece of paper, say what you say the right thing to do, and they just let you go. And hopefully they give notice to appear. Some of them don't even give them anymore because they cannot process it. It's becoming a situation where it's becoming, no one can handle this amount. So do you believe we need to improve that from your perspective, that it's not enforcement issue, that enforcement law needs to be tightened? Is that?
Absolutely, it needs to be improved, but I think you're not giving us a solution. It's not an easy solution for us to determine whether it is or it isn't credible fear, because the law says that if you express it, then we have to accept it.
Well, at least we agree something the law maybe need to be tightened because we're really hurting the people. Do you believe that cartels making so much money on desperate poor people that the message spread, they all come to the country, is really hurts legal immigration, but also it's really creating modern-day slavery because these are desperate people. Do you believe that would be characterized like that?
Well, what I've said over and over again is that if you stop the process, you help the cartels. When the process is moving, it's very difficult for them to do the things that they do. When you push them back to
You
what
don't
is...
think all this money actually are helping them to empower them and control now almost the whole border with a lot of money, have better resources than our border patrol has? You don't believe it helping them because all of these people pay them a lot of money and from desperate countries. They don't make enough money to pay unless they become enslaved by these people.
I agree, but every time that the process stops, that's when they get abused, they get raped, and so there's people that legitimately can come into our country if we can help them process and get them quickly moving. Less likely with a cartel.
And I think we need to work on that. Maybe we can at least find common ground on that. And what would you say, Sheriff, from your experience, what really needs to be done? And we have like a few seconds left to really find common ground to stop this insanity.
I'll talk fast. I actually spoke with Secretary Mayorkas about putting judicial oversight at the southern border so they can address these asylum claims, these credible fear claims. As we know, the high percentage don't qualify under law to do that. Secretary Mayorkas stated, I 100%, that's a quote, I 100% agree with you, Sheriff, but we've seen no action over last year to get that done because we could address it at the border, not within our communities.
Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Dunn, I also want to convey my condolences at your loss of your son, Noah. I'm a father of 4, and every day I pray for my children. I'm also a Little League dad, and I've seen young children go from promising athletes to drug rehab. Terrible situation. Drug abuse, the scourge in our society, does not discriminate. Working hard to make sure nobody falls victim to the scourge. And Sheriff Daniels, I also want to thank you for your good work.
Thank you, sir.
I have a brother that served the LAPD for 30 years.
Thank you for your service.
He's got some interesting stories.
Yeah, I bet you do.
You mentioned human trafficking. You mentioned $3,000. Is that the price to smuggle a human being into this country?
No, it's $7,000 and up to be smuggled by the criminal cartels. For the drivers that are coming to my county, going to 3 hours north to Phoenix, Maricopa County, it's $3,000 per person.
I just got back from Central America, and the going price now is about $22,000. And most of the women, 80% of the women, by the time they get to El Paso, to our southern border, are either raped or sexually abused. Yes. And I would say that that's a lot of desperation, putting yourself at risk, a woman preparing herself for that eventuality and paying $22,000.
I would agree.
You know, like many of us here, I've had the opportunity to go to the southern border, El Paso, San Isidro, Canadian border as well. My job in Homeland Security. Only have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to talk about the San Isidro border crossing. When I usually cross that border, come back to the U.S., I identify myself to the border agents, tell them who I am, ask them how's the day work going, and usually get average answers. One day, agent told me, look behind you. See all those cars? I said, yes. He says, they are essentially filled with Russian and Ukrainian undocumented immigrants. I said, it's new? They said, no, it's been happening for a few months now. Well, the Russian-Ukrainian war started. Those undocumented Ukrainians are now Ukrainian refugees. April of 2022, less than a year ago, I went back to San Isidro, actually to Tijuana, Mexico, to visit a refugee camp of Ukrainians. This is what I found behind me. Mexican government took a baseball field, turned it into a refugee camp. The Mexican police were guarding that camp to make sure those refugees were safe. American private and public donations poured in. Doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals came in from across the country to make sure healthcare needs were taken care of. This became a processing center for Ukrainian refugee camps. Refugees would come in 24 to 48 hours. They would board a bus, be driven to the pedestrian West Crossing. Title 42 would be waived. They would get a parole status and walk across the border. This is an example of how you deal with the refugee crisis right here, ladies and gentlemen. This doesn't look like El Paso. This is the way you address the refugee challenge. The Biden administration, thankfully, is now working on implementing a similar program, parole program for Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans. But we still have the Afghanis that fought alongside our troops that are still hanging out there somewhere. Same thing for Syrians. And Sheriff Daniels, I ask you those questions because it's an issue of incentives, folks. Very, very desperate individuals, you gotta give them a reason to go through the legal process because they are desperate. And the refugee challenge is not just the United States. It's a worldwide issue. And the solution isn't just here. Our neighbors, Canada and Mexico, have to be part of the solution as well. Under existing laws, this is the way you do it. I'm out of time. Chairman, I yield. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the witnesses for being here. Mr. Dunn, our prayers are with you and your family for the loss of your son. This hearing is designed to bring to Washington the concerns of the people at the border about this border crisis and seek out its origins, which are clearly down at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue in the White House. From day one, this administration has blatantly ignored U.S. immigration laws and policies designed to keep America safe. And after several visits to the border myself, it's clear we need border enforcement now. The open border and amnesty policies have made this crisis worse every single day. It encourages more vulnerable populations to make what is a very dangerous journey. Americans should be outraged by the Biden administration's failed leadership. On January 30th, KFOX 14 in El Paso reported on Border Patrol reports in the article entitled Unprecedented Number of Migrants Reported in El Paso in the First Quarter of 2023. More than 64% of the migrants encountered during this time frame were single adults, some attempting to evade arrest and not seeking asylum. Unaccompanied children encounters increased by 59% in the last fiscal year of 2022, the same time frame, as opposed to 8,000 unaccompanied children encounters. El Paso sector recorded only 5,000, so that's up. The sector led the nation in the first quarter of the fiscal year with total migrant encounters across all 20 U.S. Border Patrol sectors. Agents apprehended 37 individuals with criminal records, rescued 61 migrants, including tender-age children, some abandoned in the remote desert, and intercepted 22 narcotics loads. A defense attorney in El Paso, a juvenile defense attorney, stated youth are getting more involved with crime, huge increases in weapons, and he thinks it's just because they're getting money to pay for these weapons, and how they're earning that money is from drugs. I see a lot of kids are helping the human smuggling, and that's a big problem. Although, Judge, you stated in your testimony there's no invasion of migrants in our community, nor are there hordes of undocumented immigrants. Crimes against citizens are causing havoc in our community. when you see an increase in children helping human smuggling, how is that not the case? How is it not the case that these policies are contributing to the delinquency of minors in your area?
And once again, I don't see the correlation of things that are going wrong with our country and sort of saying that it's influenced by our immigration or people coming through. Like I said, we don't see that. We try our best to deal with the circumstances at hand, and then we try our best to move people along. And I've said over and over, you know, you guys have the luxury of being Democrats and Republicans. We have to be public servants, and that's all we can do. When they come across, we do not manage who comes across. We manage how to process them in the most possible, you know, the best possible way. And I've said over and over, El Paso really thinks as a nation. You know, I think people think that we just focus on our situation there at the community, but we don't. We're really concerned about having New York having to deal with that, having Chicago deal with that. We've talked to each one of the mayors, and we're working. I think if we were to put in more of a national system of allowing communities to say who needs the migrants and then helping us to process them there, and I use the Houston model, is just exceptional. Every single day, 52 come in, they go back to Houston, they go to the bigger hubs, and we move them through. And so that's where we need your help. We need your help, not to whether or not what we're doing is right or inaccurate, but the fact that it's a community that really shoulders a tremendous amount of a broken system.
Well, and you say that the transportation of these individuals to other cities is necessary to prevent your community from descent into chaos, correct?
No, that's not true.
So you're fine keeping them all in your jurisdiction instead of sending them to other locations?
We would welcome them, but it's a shame that they're concerned about being close to the border because of how they're going to be treated and how they're going to be deported, even if they shouldn't be deported. So you've got migrants wanting to move into the interiors simply because they don't feel safe. Even if they're here processed and legal. Once they're processed, they're legal in our community. And so, once again, I think we're helping the nation do the right thing.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentlelady, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem to have called this hearing to really promote fear-mongering or disinformation in order to justify a radical plan that would effectively shut down asylum to everyone. And the plan is so extreme that their Republican colleagues have objected that it's ineffective, inhumane, and even un-American. And what I find particularly pernicious is the attempt to conflate the issues of migrants seeking legal asylum through our legal processes with the very real scourge of fentanyl trafficking, which, as CBP data demonstrates and Judge Samaniego has testified, overwhelmingly comes through the ports of entry in trucks and cargo ships, not on the backs of migrants trying to flee poverty or violence in their home countries. By falsely suggesting that migrant families seeking asylum are the source of the fentanyl epidemic, we can't even start to craft policy measures that could actually address either of these issues, the fentanyl crisis or the humanitarian issues raised by the push factors in South and Central America and our immigration laws. So I don't want to waste this opportunity, and since most of my experience before coming to Congress has to do with how badly broken our immigration laws are, I just wanted to focus there. How do we handle the increase in asylum seekers at the southern border with real fixes like some of those that Judge Samaniego has suggested? As I suggested, we do need to address the root causes of migration, but we need to have functioning pathways here in this country that people can pursue. I mean, I've represented enough folks seeking asylum to know that there aren't functional pathways. I think we heard a statistic that only a small percentage of people seeking asylum are actually entitled to it. That's not true. The statistics vary very widely across the country But in some areas, particularly on the border where there are less friendly judges often, the rates are very, very different than in other areas across the country. So Judge Samaniego, you are not an immigration judge, are you? You don't adjudicate asylum claims.
We do not.
Okay, I did want to clarify that. Now, a couple years ago, I had the opportunity to visit the border and speak with Customs and Border Patrol, Homeland Security agents, and advocates, and did see that there is a humane processing process available there. And I really appreciate that. Why do you think that's been so successful over the years, particularly when compared with other cities and counties along the border?
I think one is that we've accepted to be humanitarian, and when you do not start at that point, then you don't create processes, you don't create ways to handle them, the NGOs are not working with you, the Border Patrol doesn't work with you. So I think the moment that you make that determination that you're gonna be humanitarian, it forces you to come up with systems to help out. And there are some, for example, there's things that we could do. The Venezuelan population dropped tremendously as soon as the Border Patrol has an app that you can now, from your country, you can begin to apply. And we're talking about vetting the credible fear. So you're able to do a little bit of that, and the numbers drop tremendously. I think also I was able to talk to the ambassador from the U.S. to Mexico, and he talked about what do we do at the origin. The point of origin is very important because we know that, for example, why is Colombia not treating Venezuelans properly, and then Venezuelans have to leave their country to come to our country? And so it's not just a pull that we have a push that we need to look at as well. And so, I think if we get creative, but I think once you start with the idea that you have to, it's safety, that we have to make sure that the economy is taken care of. El Paso was one of the strongest economies in all of Texas. We were one of the strongest. And so while we're dealing with the situation, we have to worry about the economy. So the economy, the safety, and being able to do the right things from a humanitarian. I think if you start from that premise, I think things are more solvable. If you start from the premise that you don't want them here, then what's the solution?
Well, and I do want to pick up on that because over the past few months, Texas's governor has sent dozens of busloads of vulnerable migrants to Philadelphia, which I represent, without notice or coordination, which of course has made it more difficult for our willing city authorities to welcome those folks. But when you have 2 buses dumped on New Year's Eve morning before 6 o'clock and you have vulnerable people without coats, it's very difficult. So I appreciate your insight that cooperation can smooth over many of the issues that we're dealing with. I see my time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
I recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Judge Samaniego, you said in one of your answers earlier that people come here because they're passionate, and you've advocated for allowing people to come in here. Do you think that's a reason why we should allow people into America on a legal basis because they're passionate to come to America?
Well, no. I said they were here for different reasons. They just happen to be passionate as an additional component. I mean, they come because they're fearing what's happening in their community. I've talked to, like I said earlier, when they tell you that every day their mom or their dad calls them and says they come here looking for you every morning and they want to know where you're at, that's why they're moving in this direction.
Thank you. I'm really glad this issue in regards to Governor Abbott moving people to various cities around the country has come up. Have you been critical of Governor Abbott for what he's done?
Absolutely, absolutely, because when you send someone that's not organized and they don't know who's on that bus, and some of them are not sponsored, that's a huge burden on that community.
Have you been critical of the Biden administration when they've flown people all over the country in the dark of night?
I don't know of that taking place. I apologize.
So you have not seen, for example, I have an article here entitled "Biden Administration Quietly Flies Illegal Immigrants to New York in Middle of Night," and we just heard from a fellow member on this panel saying they're doing it in Philadelphia also. Do you think that's right for the Biden administration to do that?
Well, I think it's an indication of that they have to decompress, because when we get flights that are going out, is to decompress the system there with the Border Patrol and has nothing to do with our community.
So did you give the benefit of the doubt to Governor Abbott and say, well, maybe they're decompressing these people on their trips to these cities?
Well,
I mean, isn't it the same thing, Judge Samaniego?
No, it isn't, because it's not coordinated. We've never gotten a call from the governor to tell us, hey, what do you need? How can we help? How can we do things?
No,
and we just get buses.
I
to
really
leave.
appreciate that. Biden administration quietly flies illegal immigrants to New York in the middle of the night. That's what they're doing. We'll be happy to share this article with you so you can see what's happening there. Thank you for your answer. Sheriff Daniels, I was in your county in June of 2020. What's changed since June of 2020?
Well, we went from, just to put it in perspective, around 5% of my jail population was border-related, up to almost 45% now, 45%. We've seen the pursuits. Last year, we put 180 people in jail for pursuits that were deadly pursuits. When I say deadly, driving at 100 miles an hour plus, endangering communities. Some resulted in deaths. Some we interdicted before they killed somebody. We see the flow of public safety challenges in our community based on this border every day. So it's changed drastically as a result of this border.
Because what I heard from you sheriffs is that there was good coordination all the way from the local level, all the way up to the federal government, June of 2020, and that there was some control the border was becoming more secure. Is that generally an accurate statement?
Yes, Congressman. In fact, Border Patrol, when I pull up to the scene to help my deputies, the troopers, officers, or agents, they always make a point to come over and say, Sheriff, thank you for what you do. Thanks for being a voice for us.
We heard earlier that, I can't remember who it was that said that the increased fentanyl is not tied to illegal border crossings. Do you agree with that statement?
No.
And why not?
The criminal cartels are exploiting our border, whether they're trafficking children, adults, males, females, whether they're human smuggling for profit, or they're doing illicit drugs. Either way, the criminal cartels are exploiting a border, and I keep hearing the different words about how it's controlled. It's not effectively managed right now, and until it is, the cartels are they're the winners of this.
Those of you on the other side of the aisle, you can continue to wear blinders, or you can do photo op trips like the president did down to El Paso, where they clean up that region before he comes in. You can do that. But the American people are seeing very clearly what's going on. And now that we're in the majority, we're going to try to identify this as much as possible, because you're hearing the truth here from people like the sheriff, from the fentanyl families. And I hope you're meeting with those fentanyl families, because it's directly tied to the border. I want to just close with this. I hope as we go through this process, we also get more information out in regards to the NGOs, the International Organization for Migration, which has weaponized immigration into this country all the way from Panama up to the southern border. I hope we dig in deep to those NGOs that are complicit in the greatest human trafficking operation perhaps in the history of the world. I yield back.
Chair recognizes gentlelady from Pennsylvania. Is that right, Ms. Dean?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our testifiers for being here today. We benefit from your experience and your service and your knowledge and your heartbreaking family experience. You know, before I ran for Congress, I was a professor. For 10 years, I taught at LaSalle University in Philadelphia, teaching writing and rhetoric and ethics. And that's why I can't help noticing the words so often used by my Republican colleagues when we're talking about both of these tragic issues. Words like hordes, invasion, crisis, open border. It's purposeful. They want the American people to be scared. They want us to feel threatened. They want to create divisions because othering people makes it far easier to mistreat them. The reality is there is no invasion. There are no hordes of invaders. Our borders are not being overrun by dangerous criminals. But we do have a broken immigration system. At the same time, we are suffering with an extraordinary, deadly drug problem in our country. Mr. Dunn and Mrs. Dunn, Ms. Janelle, my extraordinary, heartfelt sympathy to you on the loss of dear Noah, poisoned by fentanyl, as you have written here in your testimony. My family knows a little bit about drugs and poisoning, but from a different perspective, my son is a recovering addict. And it is by the grace of God that he did not run into the deadly fentanyl that would have taken his life. But we must be able to talk about these things honestly and not conflate them, as my colleague just said. There's a difference between the facts and the rhetoric, between wanting to solve these problems or just trying to make people afraid of them. The fact is, 90% of fentanyl, heroin, and meth seized in this country is captured at ports of entries. Just about everybody who has spoken to has said this. This means that drugs are being brought in through normal channels, not on the backs of families crossing at remote parts of the country. The vast majority I'm talking about. I'm sure it's not 100%. In fact, CBP reports that drug cartels are now recruiting Americans to bring fentanyl into this country, not undocumented immigrants. And we have a horrific problem. Like your dear Noah, we are losing more than 100,000 people a year to overdose. More than 70% of those fentanyl. I wear this band for the son, a 24-year-old son who died of an overdose, fentanyl poisoning. And sadly, it's not one anymore. This band now represents at least a half a dozen in my community whose children have lost their lives. But let's get serious about it. Let's stop demonizing the immigrant who comes and asks for help. Judge Samaniego, I understand, and I have been to El Paso, to the port of entry. It's the second busiest border crossing in the United States. You interact with a large number of these people who are, and they're people seeking safety and humane treatment. Can you tell us just a couple snippets of why they are coming across?
And I said earlier, a large number that you hear is that they were in their country, they were abused, they try to defend themselves, and they get targeted. That's one big category, where they're just trying to do the right thing in their own country, but their own country rejects them, and then they target them. That's a big part of it. And a lot of it, like I said, is just, it's not, the economy plays a second part of it. Obviously, the economy is worse, and that's not a reason to come to our country because of the economy. But they're really driven by the fact that they can no longer live in their communities.
And we know that we've seen these numbers for a large number of years, not just under the Biden administration. I think in your testimony you wrote at least the last 4 years you've had increased numbers.
Absolutely.
Can you speak to what you also said in your testimony, which is this, what I'm so concerned about, which is the false racist narrative that is being promoted here today and is promoted day after day here in Congress?
Well, you know, if anybody's concerned with that, it's us. I mean, that narrative was picked up by a shooter that, you know, at the Walmart situation, and we hear that, and it concerns us as a community when you say racism and invasion and all of these things. It makes our community extremely nervous because then we might get targeted for being that community and for being humanitarian. And so I do ask, you know, for this words to be settled in a different way. You know, you don't need to say invasion and, you know, all of these things that are happening across the border. We're a community that works really hard. You know, we're very privileged with what we have, and it's just very concerning when we hear this because we don't know if we're going to be targeted because of these comments.
And I know my time is up. I thank all three of you for your service. And Mr. Dunn, I thank you for your wish to educate people about the extraordinary dangers to our children.
The gentlelady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, Mr. Dunn, as everybody else has said, and I know we've been repetitive, but it really is heartfelt. We feel for you as somebody who, I'm a grandfather, I am getting older, and a father, and I can't imagine. I cannot imagine, and I will tell you, and I mean this sincerely, that I will pray for you and for your family. I don't know, sometimes I think the world's upside down, and the more that time goes on, especially recently, it seems upside down to me. So I have to
talk about a few of the things that I heard my colleagues on the other side say, that, for example, this hearing was a show. The hearing's not a show. In order to determine how to effectively fix something, you have to study it, you have to learn about it, and you have to hear about it. And that's what this hearing's about. It's not a show, and it's also not anti-immigration. None of these Republicans, and I'm sure none of the Democrats, are anti-immigration, but we are anti-illegal immigration. There is a difference. There is the rule of law. I don't know where we've lost that, and that's what I mean by the world being upside down. The rule of law, that you follow laws and things happen in a certain way. And the other secret here that people sometimes don't want to talk about is no country that's ultimately successful for a long period of time has wide open borders. Yes, there can be border problems. America's had border problems. Many countries have had border problems. But nevertheless, you can't say that you can just have completely open borders. If that's true, let's just open our country completely to every single country in the world and say we have no borders, and as many people want to come here can come here, whether they're sick or not, whether they have other issues or not, whether drugs are coming in or not. And yes, drugs are coming in because the cartels are helping these people to get across and using them. And human trafficking is happening, and human abuse is happening. I'm sorry, Judge, but it is. And if you talk to people down there, I know the people you talk to don't see it and hear it, but the people that I do, and we're going to go again real soon, do see it and hear it. It's true. It's real. You know, I kind of empathized with the Sheriff Daniels, when you spoke about Secretary Mayorkas, because I've had the opportunity to ask him questions a number of times when I was on the Homeland Security Committee, and the guy doesn't tell the truth. Nobody wants to say that openly, but I will. The guy's a liar. He does not tell the truth. And when he tells you he's going to look at something, he doesn't. When he tells you he's going to do something, he doesn't. When you show him a video of terrible things happening, once it was a video of a young officer actually saving somebody's life that was drowning, and they found out that it was a drug dealer whose life he saved. By the way, the officer died. That's the truth. The truth is we have a problem. And the truth is that we need borders that are effective, and we need borders that are sealed. And the truth is, it is Biden's. I'll be the partisan one here. It is Biden's problem, because in 2 years it's radically changed. When President Trump put together a strong array of immigration policies at stemming the flow of illegal immigrant crossings, there was so much of a reduction. It was so much safer. It was getting better. It was working. And you know what? Legal immigrants don't like the illegal immigration. They don't want to be mixed into that. In his very first day in office, President Biden decimated this process. He ignored the experts. He ignored the expert advice of those serving at the borders. He turned his back on the millions of Americans that live in border communities. Does anybody care about all these people that are being overrun? Well, we're all going to care soon, because we're all going to be overrun. And that's not hyperbole. It's not extreme. They're being shipped all over the country. He ended the construction of the wall. He refused to deport any illegal immigrants for the first 100 days, so he terminated the declaration of a national emergency at the southern border, all in one single day. Did we put out a message that we wanted illegal immigration? Absolutely. And you know all the things that have happened since and how many gotaways have got away. But I wanted to ask something to the sheriff, because I don't have time. I'd love to talk on this longer. Kamala Harris was appointed the border czar. So that means she should know this border in and out and in every way, along with Mayorkas. Has she? Have you had a lot of interaction with her? I'm done talking, but can he answer that at least?
Yes, gentleman's time has expired. You may answer that question.
No.
No. I hope everybody heard that. That's the answer. That's the truth.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. Recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to also join my colleagues, Mr. Dunn, in expressing my heartfelt sympathies and condolences for the loss of your son. Sheriff Daniels, thank you for your service to
Thank you,
your
Congresswoman.
community and to our country. And again, Judge Samaniego, I'm so grateful for your compassionate and strategic leadership and your partnership with the federal government. Really appreciate your testimony here as well. You know, for anyone who really, truly wants to understand what's happening at the border and to depoliticize this, we've got to take a step back and acknowledge that what we have been seeing is an historic refugee crisis impacting our Western Hemisphere. And it started in 2014 as we began seeing record numbers of unaccompanied minors, and it has continued through the years. When folks credit Donald Trump for limiting migration, I want you to look at what the data shows, which is the only time we saw a drop during the Trump administration was in the weeks after the country and the world shut down because of COVID. And the apprehensions began increasing again before the November general election in 2020. So let's operate in truth and facts, or we won't be able to achieve any solutions together. And I'll tell you, there's no one who wants a safe, secure, well-managed border than those of us who live and work on the border, than those of us who raise our children on the border, those of us who have pledged our service to the border. So to my Republican colleagues, I will work with anyone who wants to achieve what I hope we all want to achieve. And so how do we do that? How do we solve this challenge? I'll tell you how we don't do it. We don't keep doing more and more of the same. The definition of doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. What have we been doing for decades in America? We've been addressing immigration as a border-only issue, and that is an expensive failure. So how do we solve this? Number one, Congress needs to open up legal pathways. We haven't done that in decades. For many of these migrants, there is no line for them to get into. There's no right way for them to use, except for asylum, which is legal. We should also recognize that our country needs immigrants. I don't know about you all, but every CEO I talk to says we need a labor force. I have had CEOs from different parts of the country tell me, can we have some of those asylum seekers in our community? Because we can't get anybody to go to work. So we need to recognize how advantageous immigration is for America. We also need to modernize our processing and include a federal civilian workforce so that, Judge, you don't have to step in and fill in where the federal government has failed. Most importantly, we can depoliticize this work and work for real solutions. So if we want to end the scourge of fentanyl, I sure wish my Republican colleagues would have voted for the bipartisan infrastructure law, which funds technology at our ports. If you want to help defeat the cartels, fund the president's budget as he applies historic resources to do this. If you want to erode the power of the cartels, advocate to end Title 42. And if you want to secure the border, I sure wish you would have voted for historic funding for the Department of Homeland Security in December. But every member of the Republican Party, every colleague actually on this panel who is a Republican voted against that funding. And in fact, in December, President Biden asked for $5 billion for the Department of Homeland Security. Republicans cut that in half and then voted against it. Judge, in that funding was money for communities like ours, for governments like yours that help partner with us. If the Republicans would have had their way, and if that funding wouldn't have made it to you to help, who or what agency would have been hurt the most?
Oh my goodness, just a fact of not having the funding, obviously everybody gets hurt because now NGOs have to step in without any money. Everything gets shifted away from what they need to do. I can tell you FEMA helping us really took that was such an incredible opportunity for us to be able to shelter, to process, to do the things that we wanted to do in a very organized manner.
And when you can't help, what agency has to pick up the burden? What federal law enforcement agency?
Well, the Border Patrol.
That's
Border
right.
Patrol. They feel That's why we have such a great relationship, because they know that if we weren't doing our job with the community, they would have to have, there's 1,200, they have 1,200 beds available. Sometimes they got as much as 5,500. When we help them, the flow comes through, they're feeling good about it, and we take all that pressure away from the federal government.
Thank you, Judge. My time has expired. I yield back.
Right now. Before we go to our next interlocutor, I guess, do any of you need like a 5 or 10 minute break? We do. Okay, so we're gonna recess for 10 minutes, or the sound of the gavel. We're in recess.
We'll be back at, let's just come back at 2.
You don't need to say anything, I just told their staff.
Okay. Yeah.
The committee will come to order. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, is recognized for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me just start with Sheriff Daniels. And Sheriff, I'm interested in knowing about how you would view a system that did not allow asylum claims. If we decide to secure the border completely and cut off asylum claims and cut off parole claims, that doesn't mean necessarily that the border is going to be secure. There's still going to be issues because the border is a long space and folks will be coming across it. The reason I bring up this reference to asylum and parole is because when Secretary Mayorkas appeared before us, he assured us that the border was secure and that the law was being enforced. But of course, he neglected to point out that literally tens of thousands of people were being allowed in under the guise of both of those perfectly legal devices. So 2 questions to you. First, I was looking at your suggestions on what we needed to do to perhaps secure the border. So the first question is, which one's the most important if we're actually going to do it? And the second one, in the same vein, is can we do it? Do you think that we can actually secure the border? And if so, tell us how much money it's going to take. And I saw your list. I have no idea what the cost would be. But can we actually secure the border?
I do believe, Congressman, that we can secure the border to a manageable state. We've seen it done before. I've seen it over my almost 4 decades of law enforcement where we have a manageable border. It'll never be perfect. I've seen that. I don't ever see a perfection on the border. But what I do see is having the right programs, which starts with the President of the United States. I know it was mentioned before, different presidents, different ideologies, but the bottom line is when we have a president that, A, prioritizes all our borders, not just our southern border, and then we enforce the rule of law. We can always polish the rule of law, but we have to enforce the rule of law.
Let's stop there. And that takes me nicely to asylum and parole. Those are the laws. Are you suggesting we do away with those and say the border is now closed? We don't want anybody coming across. Is that what you're suggesting? Because I can't let you get away with that, polish the rule of law without talking about asylum and parole.
Congressman, when I say, I always put border security first and then immigration second, because we can talk immigration all day, but the border's not secure. We're going to be fighting ourselves like we are in this meeting today. So when I talk about asylum, I believe in asylum, but you got to do it legally. You got to go through a port of entry as designated by our rule of law. You can't come across our border illegally and then have no consequences. That's where I've been a cop for 38 years. I've been in the military. I support the rule of law. I'm never going to change from that. I've done that for so long. And so we got to have rules that we're going to follow, not that we make them subjective to what political ideology fits. We have to have a rule that fits. And that's why I say we have to enforce the rule of law, or we change it to make it fit current times.
Correct. And with mass migration, that's a real challenge. Mr. Dunn, I'm really, really sorry for your loss. And I had some of the staff ask you during break if there was a way of testing for fentanyl so that children such as your son could have some means where they could check to see if that which they are taking has been contaminated with fentanyl. I understand that there may be a way to do it, but it's designated as drug paraphernalia and thus not available. Tell us what the future is when it comes to trying to warn kids who are taking these kinds of things of the danger.
There are fentanyl test strips that are available. Right now, they are classified as drug paraphernalia. Excuse me. And one of the things that we're working on, along with other families that we talk with in Texas, and as well as multiple of our Democratic state representatives, our current representative is a Democrat, is to have these removed from that classification. Governor Abbott has already stated that he will sign any legislation that decriminalizes fentanyl test strips. They just have to get that legislation out there so it can be enacted.
Yeah, so why would anybody object?
They won't. Everybody that we've talked to is on board with it. It's just our session in Texas doesn't meet as frequently, so they have to. We've been told it is one of the priorities, but I believe there's several different bills out there, so I think it's finally just getting everybody on board and getting it done is what we're waiting on. I think our session just convened a few weeks ago, and that is one of the top priorities from the representatives that we've spoken to.
Yeah, thank you for being here. I yield back.
Thank you.
From North Carolina, Ms. Ross is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, Mr. Dunn, and to your wife, I am just so profoundly sorry for your loss. I've met with the families of folks who have lost loved ones to fentanyl. It's a problem in my home state of North Carolina. I think it's quadrupled the problem. And so I am 100% with you in finding a way to stop this drug from coming into our country and spreading throughout the country. And so please, please know that. I'm just somewhat saddened by this hearing because we have had the opportunity to work on bipartisan immigration reform, both immigration reform that deals with the safety and security of our border and that addresses the needs of our workforce. I represent North Carolina, and so we have a huge agriculture industry that is dependent on migrant farm workers. We also have a lot of people in our state who come to work in high-tech companies and in biopharma, and they are having difficulty with their visas and extending their stays. And it really is incumbent on all of us to work together to solve this problem. We're seeing some glimmers of hope on the Senate side, but my great fear is that we're going to have one-sided hearings on the House side that don't bring people together to be able to both solve the situation at the border, which is both a humanitarian and a safety issue, and make sure that we have the workforce that we need. And as I said, in my state of North Carolina, that workforce comes from all corners of the world, but has insecurity about whether or not they're going to be able to stay and whether or not their children are going to be able to stay. And so it's my hope that the majority on this committee really wants to do that hard work. I know that Congresswoman Lofgren is not here right now, but the work that she did on farm worker modernization was bipartisan and important, and helped with border issues, and helped with making sure we had enough farm workers. I worked last session in a bipartisan way to help the documented dreamers. And these are young people who come here legally with their parents on a visa. But because our immigration system is so broken, they have to self-deport at age 21. And we have bipartisan sponsors on the House and Senate side. It got through the House, and we're really, really hoping to work on that. And so it's in that spirit that I would both ask my colleagues to work on this issue, and I will be asking some questions of our witnesses. And my first question is for our judge. Please tell me how to appropriately pronounce your name. Samaniego. So as I've said, immigration has become such a partisan issue. And what I'd like to know from you are what are things that work where you think we can get some bipartisan support at the border?
And I'm glad you're saying that, Congresswoman, because we gain a lot of traction and things seem to be moving in the right direction. And then when politics enters, it sort of distracts us from doing what we need to do. Mm-hmm. But I think you would think at this point that, necessity would give us the way towards getting job creations, and we hear a lot about that. And I ask two questions from every migrant, every person I meet, and that's one, how long have you been traveling, just to get them to sympathize with what's happening with them, and then secondly, what is it that you did in your country? And I can tell you, plumbers, teachers, bricklayers, agriculture, I mean, everyone has, there's no one that has said, I'm just a laborer, they've worked in farms, they've worked in doing things that we need. And so if you connect the two, that we have a tremendous need. I know just in El Paso, right there on the border, we have maybe 20%, that we could use 20%, especially in the service industries and the entertainment industries. And they have all of that talents and the abilities. And I think the first thing is, you know, instead of trying to eat the elephant in one sitting, that we start saying, what are some of the small things that we could do? And I believe from just my experience that job creation and connecting the immigration situation to jobs, we've already lived through the Bracero situation that, you know, that we needed and we used it properly and it was very successful. So I think the first thing is that I hear is ready to work, and if we could connect it with our needs here in our country.
Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Judge, why wasn't it fixed last year?
Pardon me?
Why wasn't it fixed last year? I mean, the gentlelady talked about working in a bipartisan fashion to fix this problem. Why wasn't it fixed last year?
Why wasn't it fixed last year?
You talked about the concerns and how we have to work together to fix it. I'm just wondering, why wasn't it fixed last year? Because they didn't need bipartisan support last year. Last Congress, they controlled everything in the federal government. If it's a federal government solution, why didn't they fix it?
Well, one of the things that we're doing today, and I appreciate that, is we're having a dialogue, and those dialogues
I'm all for
can lead
dialogue.
to-
I'm all for working together, but they didn't. Now it's all bipartisan. They had first of all, they say there's no problem on the border's secure. Then they come in here and say, oh, no, we got to work in a bipartisan way to fix it now that we're in control of the House of Representatives. But all I'm saying is last Congress, they controlled everything. Joe Biden's a Democrat in the White House. The Senate was controlled by the Democrats, and the House was controlled by the Democrats. Why didn't they fix it then?
I think that falls more in your corner than mine.
My corner?
Yes, because...
In the minority last Congress?
Well, all we do is maintain the flow and try to do the best we can with a broken system,
and
but we have nothing to do with fixing the system. And so
But you understand how the United States government works, right? You get a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate, they pass something, it goes to the president, he signs it. They could have done that last Congress, they didn't.
Well, what a great opportunity for you to be
Great opportunity.
different. Yeah.
And that's why we're having the hearing.
Exactly.
So they criticized us on the hearing. They said, why are we starting this Congress off with this hearing? So they can't have it every way, and they can't blame Republicans when they were in control. And you can come here and you can say, oh, no, now it's time for bipartisanship. We welcome that. If we really want to address the problem that caused Mr. and Mrs. Dunn to lose their son, the problem that Sheriff has talked to us about that has been so dramatically changed in the last couple years, that's what we want to address. I yield the remainder of my time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
I thank the chairman for his remarks. And I'm just going to follow up, Judge, with the question of you and I came to agreement about the numbers of 55,000 roughly that had been encountered in December in the El Paso sector. Some 200 and I can't remember the exact number. I'm sorry, 145 or 50,000 encountered over the fiscal year, the 3 months. How many of those encountered have been turned away under Title 42?
Have been what?
How many of those have been turned away under Title 42 with respect to the?
I'm not sure of that number, but I think from the Border Patrol, they're looking at about 35%.
Yeah, that tracks with the numbers that I understand, right? So you're talking about of the 55,000, you'd have 18 to 20,000 that would have been turned away under Title 42. You have you'd have about 50,000 of those 150,000 would have been turned away under Title 42. Yet we know that there was a situation in El Paso with the difficulty of dealing with the processing of the numbers. We've got busing going on across the country. Like, what happens if Title 42 is no longer being enforced?
Well, I think you're doing the right thing because, as you know, it was a public health mandate. It had nothing to do with migration. And I think if you want to figure out and get to the problem, that was very confusing because it had to do with something totally different that is now being utilized. I think to me, I think the reason we would lift it is because we can continue the process and do it properly. And you're not going to have all of these other individuals that are trying to cross illegally because that's their only way to get here. Because I've said over and over that there's a lot of them that have been stuck in the middle, that they came thinking that Title 42 was going to be lifted. And when it wasn't lifted, then they fell into this desperation. And that's, I believe, and I've said it over and over, that
So Judge, and I'm running out of time. I'm sorry. I don't want to, we just have limits on time.
No, go ahead.
I would say to you that what you just described is all in the context of border security. It's all in the context of who comes in and who doesn't, right? Which is what border security is. So there have been some who have been critical of saying that we should enforce our existing laws with respect to asylum laws. Asylum laws which require detention. That's what our current laws require. Detention while you make a determination, right? A determination of credible fear for persecution under our asylum laws, which is a smaller number than the number of people who are coming. that would qualify. And so we're saying we should detain in order to make those determinations. The connection to Title 42 is really important because the current administration is, even in all of its bluster about Title 42, still defending the law in court because they know what happens when Title 42 goes away. And what you just described is really important for the American people to understand. You just described it in the context of border security, not the context of COVID and a pandemic, because it has been being used as a border security Band-Aid. And what we must do as a body is embrace policy changes to ensure we can effectuate management of the flow while respecting our laws with respect to asylum, which is precisely what House Republicans are putting forward, notwithstanding the allegations of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And I'm over my time. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
I want to thank all of you all for coming to testify today. Mr. Dunn and your family in particular, I want to commend you, actually. You've turned a tragedy in your family into action. That's making a difference in your community and your state. I was especially appreciative of your comments about the effort to legalize testing for fentanyl, I guess in Texas, in this Texas state legislature.
Correct.
Okay. Well, I think it's important for people like you to continue that kind of work, bring that activism into the public arena, because I think you have voices that are immensely important. It's certainly an impact in my community. Just the past week or two, in fact, Congressman Trone and I were having to deal with the situation of family that straddles our two districts in Montgomery and Prince George's County that's having issues with fentanyl. And I've seen recently there have been high school, I think, deaths and overdoses with respect to fentanyl. So it's clearly a major problem. I've supportive of your efforts to try and address it. I was a prosecutor beginning back in 1990, and so it wasn't fentanyl then, it was crack cocaine. And when I became an elected prosecutor in Prince George's, we still had cocaine, there was PCP, there was all sorts of drugs like that. Some of it coming across the border, like cocaine, some of it like PCP, not. But I think it's clear that this is an issue that we need to do more to address. Now, and that's kind of why I was disappointed with H.R. 29. It's a bill, as I reviewed it, that was supposedly the Republican leadership effort on addressing these kinds of issues. I just took a look at the bill, and it didn't really do anything with respect to addressing many of the problems you all have discussed today, such as the need for additional resources to get rid of the backlog. I think judges and courts and the like to address some of those issues. I think Congressman Swalwell asked about whether 20,000 additional border agents would be helpful. There's no additional resources that are provided under this legislation. And the legislation raised some additional issues, too, that I wanted to raise. We got a letter from the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, which they submitted to the Congress in response to, their reading of H.R. 29. And their position was they asked for members to vote against it. We urge you to vote against H.R. 29 as well as any subsequent legislative proposals that would unjustly deprive vulnerable peoples of the legal right to seek humanitarian protection in the United States. And I know we've had a little discussion about whether this bill impacts humanitarian rights, but clearly the Catholic bishops had concerns about it. This bishop wrote this: most concerning is that the bill effectively expands the policy, that's of Title 42, without any exceptions for those with bona fide asylum claims, unaccompanied children, victims of torture, victims of trafficking. Protecting of these populations are delineated, and they lay out some of the statutes that are in place currently. Moving forward with this piece of legislation would exacerbate the harm faced by vulnerable persons, while also failing to meaningfully address the root causes of migration and the unsustainable conditions at our southwest border. Not only will the challenges we face persist, people will suffer. We must remain true to our laws and our nation's proud tradition of offering safety and opportunity to those who have lost everything besides hope for a better future. And they end with this. The Bishops' Committee called on us to reject the contemporary forces of division that tempt us with a false choice between our security and our humanity. Our great nation is capable of safeguarding both our humanity and our security. Judge, let me ask you, what sorts of resources and support do you think would be helpful in addressing this crisis that we're having at the border? I think you testified a little bit about the governor and the absence of support at the state level. I wonder if you'd elaborate on that.
Yes, I mean, they have resources and they should be understanding what we need. We're Texas. For some reason, people forget. They think we're maybe part of New Mexico because we're so far away from the capital. And so we need to be able to have those discussions on sheltering, on processing. Like I said, we could go up to as much as 1,200 a day processing. And all of these are individuals that have sponsors and they're able to move, quickly that same day. And that helps us to be able to address all the other concerns that we have of the other 60%. But I want to, real quickly, if you don't mind, just to comment on the congressman from Texas.
We will probably...
Perhaps we should, my time has expired, so okay. Perhaps we should wait until the next round.
We can get that in the next round. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I yield my time to Mr. Fitzgerald from Wisconsin.
I thank Mr. Massey for the time. Sheriff, one of the things I try to focus on in the hearings that we've had on the border is the corridors that exist throughout the United States, because I'm always perplexed, I think, when you hear people talk about, well, it's an issue at the border, but it's not an issue in Wisconsin or South Dakota or North Dakota. But that's not the case, right? The other thing I'd say is, strip clubs, head shops, truck stops, all of these types of locations is kind of where this stuff is transported, right? I mean, we started to see that probably 10 years ago, maybe even longer, and how it's being distributed. So I was wondering if you could comment on that, because the one thing we have with fentanyl is we still have issues, I think, related to it not being a Schedule I drug. And that's something this Congress should do as well, and I wonder if you could comment on that.
I can, and there's been a shift over the last couple of years on smuggling. And I'll answer, there's two thoughts in this. First of all, since there's less border patrol on the border now, and they're more into processing, they're very thin. So the migrants that are being smuggled, they get them up to the closest asphalt, closest highway, cars pull in, grab them, they're gone. So the old corridors like you're talking about that was very common, they're not as used like they used to. They don't have to, because they don't have to get that deep into our counties. The other aspect of what you're talking about, the trafficking aspect of it, where they're trafficking kids and adults, females and males, the trafficking aspect, the non-consensual part of it is, yes, they're taking them to stash houses, they're making them servant within truck stops, for example, within strip clubs and places like that. Just a little side note on that, one of and the question hasn't been asked to me, but one of the things we've done on the many innovative thoughts is we have a program through a nonprofit where we're going after the cartels that are trafficking these people. And we're going after them, not just in my county, but working with sheriffs in Dallas, Texas, Sacramento, California, throughout urban areas where we know they're being taken to and exploited. So we're doing that program. Again, that's a multi-million-dollar program that we're putting forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments, and I would yield back to Mr. Massey.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you. I yield my time to Mr. Roy from Texas.
I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Kayla Hamilton, 20 years old, Aberdeen, Maryland. She was recently brutally murdered by an MS-13 gang member who was allowed into the United States as a UAC last year, who was 17 years old. There was a 24-year-old Honduran immigrant was charged with murder in the brutal stabbing death of a Florida man after crossing the U.S. border illegally while posing as a UAC. He was found covered in blood after allegedly killing a father of four who had taken the immigrant in because the immigrant had posed as a UAC. It's not always as simple as some of my colleagues say. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been spending some time today misleading the American people, telling untruths about legislation that I have put forward, H.R. 29, and in so doing, using words like unchristian. The legislation, to be clear to all, is legislation that reiterates existing law. It makes very clear that under existing law, we are supposed to detain when we have somebody who is seeking asylum. It maintains our asylum laws in full and requires that we detain. To be clear for everybody to listen, and I want to follow up Mr. Daniels for your view on this. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are universally saying to the American people and to all they represent, to every single American citizen, they are saying that they believe we should release, against current law, that we should release into the United States using parole, which is supposed to be on a case-by-case basis, release into the United States under parole or with notices to appear without having full detention of someone making an asylum claim. They're making false accusations about a law saying that we should follow the law and detain. And so my question for you, Sheriff, with your knowledge of the law, is if we were going to follow the law, would that not slow down the numbers, funnel in those who can make a legitimate asylum claim so that they could then be detained for an adjudication of that claim so they could still claim asylum, and Americans would be safer and migrants would be safer? Could the sheriff respond to that?
Yes, Congressman, the answer to that is yes. That's our approach. National Sheriffs, Western Sheriff, Southwest Border addressed that with Secretary Marcus in a room about enhanced judicial oversight when it comes to how we address them at the border. Right now, there is no consequence. I mean, they know if they come here, they claim those couple words, they're in the country, they'll come back within the year for their first hearing, and then...
So that is key. They know that they will get released,
Yes.
and therefore that is the problem at the border. I yield back.
And from Texas, Mr. Gooden is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Samaniego, I was listening to your testimony earlier, and in your opening statement, you said there is no open border in Texas. Yet it seems that you've spent the last several years processing, as you say, migrants that have come across. So I don't know how you could say there's no open border. You mentioned several times, in fact, that you're processing illegal immigrants. And I'd like for you to elaborate what you mean by processing, because a little over a month ago, about 1,500 migrants crossed the Rio Grande in a single night, and a report suggests that because there weren't enough beds, more than 600 of these migrants were released into the streets. Is that an example of processing?
No, the example of processing is that the Border Patrol lets us know about those that have been sponsored. They vet them at that point, and this is where we work really closely with them.
So you're saying if they have a sponsor, they're allowed into the country?
No.
That's the requirement?
No, that facilitates the fact that they're allowed into our country, and then when they're processed, they become legal. And at that point, the fact that they have a sponsor allows us to work with the persons that are legal. We never try to process illegal at any point, at any time. There's no consideration.
One of the things you mentioned were these NGOs, Catholic Charities was brought up. Are you aware if taxpayer dollars are being spent on those? You talked about bus tickets and shelter. I've been to the border personally and seen Catholic Charities put migrants in hotels and send them to the airport and purchase flights. Where's that money coming from?
Well, most of it is in El Paso. Most of them are donations from the public. You know, they get donations. We have an Annunciation House.
So you don't believe there's any taxpayer dollars being spent on that?
Well, let me give you an example. One of the leading individuals that houses and shelters them and moves them forward is Annunciation House, and they will not take 1 cent from federal money. They do not want federal money because they just feel like they'd be trapped into that.
Well, the information that I have from our government is that we have spent quite a bit on that, and I hope this committee will determine just exactly how much. I would also implore you to revise some of your wording. You know, you've called several of us racist because of, in your opening testimony, you said, there is no invasion of migrants in our country, saying as such continues a false racist narrative. And then you went so far as to try to link these words to a horrible crime that was committed in your city. I would advise you to watch your words and be careful when you're talking about people like Mr. Dunn, who are voicing a very serious issue. Migrants are absolutely invading this country. I applaud this bill. I'm very disappointed in the testimony I heard from my colleague in Maryland citing the Catholic bishops. I believe the Catholic bishops have endorsed this Catholic Charities ruse to encourage more migration. They have encouraged and facilitated child trafficking and a lot of the violence that we've seen. Our border's absolutely open, and I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Roy from Texas.
Okay.
I yield back to
Mr. Goodman, would you yield? Would you yield?
I'll yield to the chairman.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. Sheriff, on day one, President Biden terminated the national emergency declaration on the southwest border. Number two, on day one, he halted construction of the border wall. Number three, on day one, he revoked President Trump's immigration enforcement priorities. Number four, on day one, he paused deportations. And number five, he moved to terminate the asylum cooperative agreements with Northern Triangle countries. And number six, he suspended enrollments in the Remain in Mexico program. Did any of those things factor into the conditions you described in your opening statement, into this influx of people coming to our border? Did any of those 6 things that President Biden did on day one contribute to the situation we now find ourselves in?
Mr. Chairman, it did, and that's all of it.
Every single one?
Every one of them changed. We went from what I consider probably my 38-year career, almost manageable borders, and that was also shared.
I just want to be clear what you said, Sheriff. The most manageable border we had in your 38 years in law enforcement was 2 years ago.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then on day one, President Biden terminates the national emergency declaration on the southwest border, and that's contributed to the problem we now have, right?
Yes, sir.
And he halted construction on the wall. Is that contributing to the problem we now have?
Yes, my border's frozen in time in my county.
Yep. And he revoked President Trump's immigration enforcement priorities. Does that contribute to the problem we now see?
It has.
Including the fentanyl getting to communities and harming people like Mr. Dunn's son?
Yes.
Not harming, taking his life. He paused deportations. Is that hurting? This is what Mr. Roy was just talking about.
It's all a collective message that the border is open.
Terminated the asylum cooperative agreements and suspended enrollments in the Remain in Mexico program. That's contributing to the situation we now have.
Yes.
All right, so this idea that if we just give more agents, build more wall, put in the roads, more drones, more border security, which I'm all for, that's going to solve. That is not going to solve it until you go back to these policies. Is that right?
That is correct. And Mr. Sheriff, if I could add one more thing is, before President Biden took office, myself and several other sheriffs on behalf of national sheriffs met with President Biden's transition team and went over all the current plans on the border to include what was working. I was told by his transition team, Sheriff, we appreciate all you're doing. They were very optimistic that things were doing well on the border. The day he took over, that all changed.
Now, that's important. What you just said, and I know I'm over time, and I'm going to go to the gentleman from Colorado, but what you just said is important because you basically told the Biden administration, do this, and we will have a secure border, the most secure in your 38 years of experience in law enforcement, and they said basically, thanks, but no thanks. Is that right?
They actually were very complimentary. I was shocked on day one.
Even worse.
Yes, I was shocked. They were thank you, Sheriff, for everything you're doing. Day one, when I saw that, I was disappointed and shocked.
Yeah. Now you have the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Negus.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. First, I want to say congratulations to the chairman on his ascension to the chairmanship of the committee. I missed the organizing meeting this morning, and so I want to make sure.
Missed you, brother.
Well, I appreciate that. I will be here for all the future meetings. I also want to say thank you to the acting ranking member, my colleague from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for her leadership during, of course, a very difficult time for the country and for her community in El Paso, and we are all grateful for her service to the country, the caucus, and to her community that I have visited and that I look forward to visiting again. To the witnesses, I want to say thank you, Judge, for your testimony and for your service. Of course, Sheriff, thank you for your service and the service of your many deputies and all the law enforcement who are engaged in Herculean efforts in protecting our communities. Mr. Dunn, I want to tell you just that our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers are with you. My wife and I are expecting our second child later this year, a son, and it breaks my heart to hear your story and very much want you to know that I think across both sides of the aisle here, everyone expresses our deepest condolences to you and to your family. Sheriff, I think I just want to dig in a little bit on your testimony. I reviewed the written testimony that was submitted by all the witnesses, and a lot of you had written testimony, but then also a memo that was appended, essentially an appendix to your testimony.
Correct.
And I reviewed that appendix, and you suggest a lot of proposals, of ideas, of programs that I gather you believe would help us ameliorate, the emergency that's happening on our southern border. In digging through some of these, just for example, you list enhanced funding for regional communication and interoperability with local and law enforcement. I think that's something that all members of Congress would support. Democrats, Republicans, that's a common sense step that we ought to be funding. You list here continued funding and support for the Stone Garden program. And I don't know if you can talk a little bit about what the Stone Garden program is. I'm certainly aware of it. Some of my colleagues might not be. I know my colleagues from Texas are, but if you'd care to talk a little bit about that program, but a DHS program that you would like to see continued support for.
It's one of the only programs, Congressman, where Stone Garden actually brings partnership between CBP and sheriffs and local law enforcement, to include our state law enforcement. It's a program that sheriffs nationally and beyond have supported. It pays our overtime to include EREs, employer-related expenses, to work side by side with Border Patrol. It's a great program.
So here's why I bring that up. The Stone Garden program has been in existence for quite some time.
Yes.
Back during the administration of President Obama, it was at about $50 million, given the fiscal year. Right now, we're funding it at $90 million for the fiscal year 2023 budget that the president has submitted. That's the exact same number that former President Trump, submitted during the course of his presidency. And I guess why I offer that is because to me, these aren't partisan or, proposals that at the end of the day are focused on blaming one side or the other. This is an example of something that President Biden has continued to do to support, and I presume you support that he's continued funding for the Stone. Similarly, you put here one of the items in terms of a proposal that you'd like to implement is to hire more immigration and asylum hearing officers for all POEs, or Port of Entries, I presume, that acronym. And I'm sure you're already aware of this, that on January 5th, so a few weeks ago, the president announced that there would be an increase of officers at the border to help process migrants. That's in addition to the 25,000 officers. Obviously, we're waiting in terms of the president's budget to get the exact number, but I think that's something you support as well, I presume, in terms of adding more officers.
I do.
And the reason why I'm asking those questions, again, just to kind of land here at the end, is that from my perspective and from my constituents' perspectives in northern Colorado and in western Colorado, they are focused on solutions, trying to solve the problem. And you've outlined a couple of solutions here. And I'd love to be able to have a thoughtful conversation with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about these different prescriptive proposals and get to a place where we can find consensus. But unfortunately, at least as I've gathered from the parts of the hearing that I've heard, it's a lot of heat from some of my colleagues, unfortunately, about blame and sort of characterizing the problem instead of solving the problem. So I'm hoping that we can get to that. And with that, I'd like to yield my remaining time to the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. 2 quick points. The folks that are being processed by CBP who are seeking asylum, I want to remind my colleagues, seeking asylum is legal. So once they've been processed, they are legally in the country. Second thing, Mr. Roy stated that we called his bill unchristian. We did not. We are quoting his colleague from Texas in the Republican conference, Mr. Tony Gonzalez. He is the one who called Mr. Roy's bill unchristian. And then finally, I would like to ask my colleagues not to slander the U.S. Conference of Bishops, Catholic Charities, and the Catholic Church, as one of our Republican colleagues did just moments ago. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized. Mr. Nels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the witnesses for being here. And it is no secret, quite honestly, it's self-evident. We are facing the worst border crisis in the history of our great country. It's self-induced. It's a self-induced crisis, and it falls at the feet of Joe Biden and his border czar, Kamala Harris, who have expressed very little interest in addressing our border crisis, evidenced by their unwillingness to place the American people first. And I would like to address Sheriff Daniels and thank you for almost your 4 decades of service in law enforcement. And Sheriff, in your written testimony, you highlight tragedies in your county related to illegal immigration. And I'm a former sheriff in Texas, big county, and I feel your pain. Sheriff, I feel your pain.
Thank you.
I also experienced a loss of life of innocent county residents, Americans, at the hands of Joe Biden's irresponsible border policies. It is very clear the individuals from around the globe that have been invited into our country by this administration do not have the America's best interest at heart. I say this because they are willing to kill. Sheriff, you shared a personal tragedy in your written testimony of a citizen. It was Wanda, I believe. She was 65 years old, attending her birthday party, trying to go and celebrate her 65th birthday, ran by a car, high-speed chase, ran a red light, and it killed her. The smuggler had 3 illegal aliens inside that vehicle. It ended her life. And then I understand that shortly thereafter, her son ended up driving upon the scene. I can't imagine. I can't imagine how he felt, what he felt when he saw that car with his mother inside that vehicle. But stories like this are often too common. They're common today. I want to show you this here. This is me here. This guy. His name is Mr. Zavala. He ran over and killed Miss Boo. Her last name was Boo, 81 years old. Ran her over, fled the scene, took off. We apprehend him, our sheriff's office apprehended him. A couple hours later, we start booking him into the county jail. We run him. This knucklehead has been deported 6 previous times. 6. I think the American people are going to say, how does a guy get deported more than once? He's been deported 6 previous times. And these are just a few stories that Sheriff Daniels and I, we are sick of telling these stories. We are sick of having to have families come into our offices and explain that their loved ones were killed by people that shouldn't be here in the first place. I'd like to turn my attention to Judge Santiago's testimony. Judge, your written testimony claims your center has assisted 26,829 asylum seekers, and I think it opened up in October 10th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So about 4 months, 26,000, fair enough. Data has shown that between the years of 2008 and 2019, just 14% of aliens who claimed credible fear were granted assignments. So that means 86% don't. So 14% of 26,829 is 3,756. Would you agree with that number? Okay, congratulations. Your center has assisted over 23,000 illegals that have been scattered throughout the country, coming into Houston, buses, right? Bus every day, scattered throughout the entire country. And 23,000 of those will never be able to have a legitimate asylum claim because only 14% of them do. And sir, that puts the American people at risk, and it puts the American people last. You stated there is no invasion of migrants in our community, nor are there hordes of undocumented immigrants committing crimes against citizens or causing havoc in your community. I'll say this. El Paso PD, February 25th, 2022, violent crimes on the rise in El Paso. The sergeant said we have seen a 27% increase in offenses involving weapons, stabbings, everything. Here's another one. El Paso cops arrest 2 migrants, an overwhelmed border city. That's your city, sir. People selling dope, doing all sorts of stuff. Illegals, Venezuelans running around in stolen police cars. Cops are having to chase them. Here, 2 days ago, we have here in the city of Houston, the enforcement removal operations had to remove a guy that was in Houston illegally. He goes out and commits an armed robbery in the city of Houston, right? We arrest him. Thank goodness we arrested him. We find out he's got a murder warrant out of Mexico. So we've got some problems here, sir, and I would like to ask you this question. Do you believe that these illegal migrants are coming into our communities, harming the American citizens? Thank you. Your answer is yes. And you may know that that Houston is right next to my district, and I will say this. My eyes are wide open. The American people's are wide open. I'd ask you to open yours. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Bush.
Thank you. To Mr. Dunn, my condolences. Very, very sorry for your tremendous loss. To Judge Samaniego, thank you very much for your testimony and for listening and enduring and for giving your testimony. St. Louis and I are here to recognize the humanity of all people, regardless of immigration status. You know, we are here in opposition to any racist agenda pursued by Republicans. And let's take a moment to reflect on this first month of Republican control of the House. The disastrous and embarrassing Speaker's vote that resulted in the selling of the gavel to a bunch of pro-coup members of Congress, the seating of insurrectionists and someone who defrauded his way into Congress. That's where we are. And now this hearing, whose purpose, it seems, is to amplify the anti-immigrant hysteria and right-wing conspiracy theories. The Republican position on immigration is to inflict as much cruelty as possible on people fleeing suffering and persecution. As Democrats, we need to recognize this reality and refuse to be a part of it. That's why I strongly oppose the administration's expansion of Title 42 and the reinstatement of the asylum transit ban. These lawless and inhumane policies deny the right to asylum while failing to address any of the underlying structural problems of our immigration system. So, Judge Samaniego, I want to ask you, do you believe Title 42 is an effective or a humane immigration policy?
It is not. And I thank you for being practical, because I need to get back to this idea of detaining them until they're able to vet them. That's one of the most impractical things I've ever heard of. Right now, Border Patrol is shivering, thinking, how are we going to do that? Without the community being involved, we're pushing that on them, where they have 1,400 spaces, and we're going to detain them. And we talk about the humanity of the Border Patrol. Just think about what it would take to detain until we vet them. It'd be impossible. I remember growing up and we'd say, you know, how do you put 50 people in a Volkswagen, 25 in the front, 25 in the back? Mm-hmm. That's about as impractical as this idea of detaining them until you can let them go when you don't have the facility, you don't have the manpower, and it's those impractical solutions that confuse people. And so I tell you that we know we've been able to manage things, and we know that when there's issues in other parts of the border, it's because of the lack of organization, it's the lack of collaboration, it's a lack of a lot of different things. So when you have people running in to your country because you're not well organized and you're not using collaboration, we've had 2 or 3 incidents. We have 800 people out that we're not able to manage because of funding. There's communities that have had as many as 10,000 because they're not organized properly. So I can tell you our strategy works. And if people listen to it and we were able to share the ideas and how we've been successful, I can tell you that we minimize the problem, incredibly minimize the problem for the federal government. And there should be some kind of appreciation for a community that is sensible about what's happening in El Paso, and we all know that we don't want it to happen to the rest of the nation. And all we hear is, you know, that I used the wrong word or that I said racist. I never said that. What I said is that using those narratives creates more racism in a community. I didn't say anything about the people involved in it. So I thank you for looking at practical reasons, and I'm appalled when somebody has an idea like detaining them as a solution, when it's the most impractical thing you could probably do. Thank you.
And thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you for explaining that. As Democrats, we must refuse to adopt illegal and ineffective solutions to this complex, long-standing crisis. We must be better than what we're seeing coming from Republicans. Republicans want to talk about Biden's border crisis, but the reality is we have a broken immigration system because Republicans want us to. So they can hold these hearings to mask the fact that they have no affirmative agenda that actually helps people. So they can spew their lies about immigrants bringing fentanyl across the border while exploiting victims and refusing to support investments in public health and addiction treatment. So they can take out their anger and insecurities on the most vulnerable. History will not look kindly on those politicians. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunt from Texas.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate it. Mr. Dunn, thank you, sir, for being here. My condolences to you and your family. From the bottom of my heart, I am very sorry, and I hope we can do something to fix this issue of fentanyl in our country. Mr. Daniel, sir, thank you very much for your continued service. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you very much. Sir, Judge, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to be here. I greatly appreciate everybody on this panel today. I think we've heard a lot of talk today about the 5 million people, illegal people that have entered this country, and that's a fact. There's just absolutely no getting around that. 5 million people have entered our country illegally. That's the equivalent to 7 congressional districts. Enough fentanyl has poured into our country to kill every American 5 times. I say that again, to kill every American 5 times. Sir, your son is one of those Americans. This is a fact. I'm from Houston. Houston is known for a lot of things. We're known for the world champion Astros, and we're also known as being the human trafficking capital of the entire world. That's not anything I am proud of. This is all happening at our southern border as we live and breathe every single day. Sir, Judge, I'm not criticizing what you're saying, and I've listened to you, and I can hear your heart and I understand where you are coming from. But you did say that there's no invasion here. And I'm somebody that likes to look at the definition of things before we actually can have this conversation. And according to Oxford, the definition of an invasion is an incursion by a large number of people or things into a place or sphere of activity. I say it again. An incursion by a large number of people, and I would say 5 million people constitutes a large number, or things, and I would say enough fentanyl to pour into our country to kill every American 5 times is a thing. I would consider that to be the direct definition of the word invasion. My colleague, Mr. Gooden, talked about race and using the word racism and racist, and I've been black for a long time, sir, so I get it. And I've been a minority in this country for a very long time. But this is actually not about race. This is actually an issue of public safety. And if I call this an invasion, sir, I'm not racist. I can assure you I'm not racist. What I can assure you is that I want to make sure that fentanyl doesn't indiscriminately kill any race, religion, color, or creed, because fentanyl doesn't care where you're from. Fentanyl doesn't care about race. Fentanyl kills indiscriminately. This gentleman right here works his tail off every single day to stop that from happening. Now, there's been a break in the dam, and that's pretty obvious, because a couple of years ago, of course, we had some problems, but it wasn't amplified to the level that we are seeing every single day. And the reason why we have to be careful with what we call and what we deem racist moving forward in the future is because we start to lose focus on what the actual problem is. This administration, the Democrat Party, unfortunately, uses race as a scapegoat for everything. And as somebody that wants to make sure that we do attack racist issues when they do occur, we can't be the boy who cried wolf and blame racism all the time. I am here to hold this administration accountable to understand that there are issues of race that need to be addressed. And sir, this ain't one of them. I applaud some of your actions in El Paso. It sounds like you're doing some great things. But I'm going to tell you, as being born and raised in Texas, living in Houston, we have a problem, and this problem has precipitated over the course of the past 2 years. That is a fact. I get working together. I get reaching across the aisle. But this morning, I can't believe that we had a 1-hour debate over whether or not we should sing the Pledge of Allegiance before we convene every day. 1 hour. That, to me, is antithetical to the point of this meeting today. I implore you all to be careful with using race because your son's no longer here. And I'm sorry. There's 100,000 sons and daughters that are no longer here because of fentanyl last year. This debate is very important, very spirited, but I implore this entire committee take a strong look at what's happened over the course of the past few years and to derive substantive solutions to this problem so that our youth can continue to have a future for this country. It ain't about race. We are all in this together. I yield back, Chairman. Thank you.
Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes, and let me first say thanks to all the witnesses. We appreciate you being here, and Mr. Dunn, you and Ms. Janelle, You know, I'm reminded of Romans 8:28 says, I know the plans I have for you, the plans to prosper you and not do you harm, but more importantly, all things work together for good for those who are called according to your purpose. And Ms. Janelle was telling me how y'all are using this to share to young people across the country. And that is a service to our great nation, and we are grateful. And thank you for being here. And with that, Sheriff Daniels, I want to kind of cut away to you here for a little bit. I went to the border, been a couple of times down there, and one of the things that I took away, and we've talked a lot of statistics, you know, a lot of things we've seen, the record 5 million, which is basically my state's entire population of Alabama. We hadn't that many encounters on the border, but the one that kind of struck me the most, and it was when I began to talk about and find out that there was a price that these people were paying to come across the U.S. border. And so will you explain to me exactly who's controlling the U.S. southern border and who's getting paid?
Well, Congressman, it's a simple answer, and that is the criminal transnational organizations called cartels. They control the south of our national border. South of it's all controlled. They control who comes across. There's prices based on who you are. You're a terrorist coming from a different country. I think India was $21,000, for example, but the minimum is like around $7,000 right now. Most of these people don't have it, so when they come across the country, though they might go through a processing, as the Honorable Judge has talked about, but they're servant to the cartels at the end, which is usually for sex trade, gangs, drugs, labor, you name it. I have seen no win-win in this, I mean, because we don't have a manageable process right now.
So, Sheriff, one of the things I heard was initially, and of course, with inflation in our country, the rate we're spending money, everything's gone up. But when I was out there, it was about $4,000 for anybody just south of the U.S. border. And then the triangle countries further south, it was $7,000 to $8,000. We had a price at that time, $20,000 for Syrian refugees. And just recently, I think August Pfluger testified or told us that we had 2 Chinese nationalists captured on the U.S. southern border, paid $80,000 each to come in our country illegally. And so my question is, what happens to that individual that says, we want to come to America, we want to come to the great land of prosperity, and they don't have the money? Say they cut a $7,000 deal with the Sinaloa camp, whatever you call them, cartel. Say they cut that deal, and they agree to pay $7,000. From there, what happens? Do they come into the country? Do they have to have the money prepaid? Or are they indentured servants? I think the term slave I heard earlier today.
It truly is modern-day slavery. I mean, the lessons of life and history should be playing out today. These people that don't, they go through processing. There's no doubt about it, but they're well watched by these cartels that are on the U.S. side. When they're released into a family member, a known family member, whoever, the bottom line is they're also receiving by the cartels. We know that, we hear it, we see it. The American dream that you're talking about, Congressman, what we talk about, what people in this room are talking about, in those circumstances, it's never met because they're servant to these criminal cartels for bad things.
Sheriff, one scenario I heard, and you may can help me with this too, I heard that if they wanted to cut a deal and didn't necessarily want to be indentured servants and make installment payments, that they could in fact backpack heroin, cocaine, or fentanyl across the border as their payment. Is that the case?
It's all part of the drug labor. They're going to do what the cartels do them. A lot of people make the comment, whether they're here in the United States, they're protected. They also have family in Mexico that they hold hostage. That keeps them doing what they do here. So they had the strings on the family in Mexico. We hear that all the time.
Gotcha. And one other thing I want to touch on real quick. When I was out at Fort Bliss, I went to the Emergency Intake Center, and that was for unaccompanied minors coming to the U.S. And so I decided I didn't take the tour through the facility. I decided to kind of stay outside, Sheriff. I was keeping an eye on things. And I actually started videoing buses with young people being shipped all over the country. And they seized my phone on site. They did not want any record of people being shipped, young unaccompanied minors, to Google addresses in the U.S. And so I asked the Admiral on site, I said, sir, can you tell me, where are we shipping these children to? His response to me, well, we're just building the bus as we drive it. They had never seen the kind of influx of youth that we're seeing coming here unaccompanied. They were building the bus as they drive it. And here's the thing, guys, here's the thing. Young unaccompanied minors, we're not doing background checks on who we're shipping them to. So we're shipping these children to Google addresses instead of back home to their country. Who knows what happens to those minors in this country? So with that, the time's come to an end. Who do I need to recognize? Mr. Kiley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Dunn, I want to thank you again after going through the unthinkable, every parent's worst nightmare for your courage to speak out and do everything you can to stop other families from having to go through the same thing. The reality is that far too many families in this country have found themselves in the same unthinkable position. I've worked with a number of them in my own district, one of whom is the Didier family. Laura and Chris Didier lost their son, Zach, 2 days after Christmas in 2020. He was a 17-year-old senior at Whitney High School, an Eagle Scout, soccer player, star of the high school musical, no history of drug use. I've had the chance to get to know Laura and her husband, Chris, Zach's parents, over the course of the last couple years as they, like you, have worked to raise awareness about the dangers of fentanyl. And as part of her work, Laura is actually here in Washington, D.C. today, meeting with lawmakers, and is now here with us in the room. Laura, I don't know if you want to just briefly stand up so everyone can see your button there. This is Zach here. Laura will also be my guest next week at the State of the Union. Thank you for everything that you're doing, and thank you, Mr. Dunn, again as well. There is bipartisan support in this country among Americans for securing the border. And there should be bipartisan support in this committee and in this Congress for supporting the border. But I've been rather discouraged by what I've heard at today's hearing. Now, there have been some thoughtful comments on both sides of the dais, but frankly, on one side of the dais, there has been a lot of excuses. We've heard that there may be other sources of the fentanyl in this country. Does that mean we should ignore the overwhelming nexus with the vulnerabilities at our border? We've heard that what we really need is comprehensive immigration reform. That is a question separate and apart from securing the border, which is about enforcing the laws that we already have. We've heard that illegal immigration, has been a problem for the last 50 years. Well, the two biggest years in terms of number of illegal border crossing by far have been the last 2 years. 2022 fiscal year, 2021 fiscal year. The month with the highest number of illegal border crossings is not some random month in the last 50 years in the 1970s or the 1980s. It was last month, December of 2022. The problem keeps getting worse, and what strikes me is the lack of compassion from this administration and those making excuses for it. Compassion for the communities and families being ravaged by fentanyl, compassion for those who are victims of the horror of human trafficking, and compassion for the migrants themselves, who are now dying in record numbers. During fiscal year 2022, a record number, 856, died attempting to cross the southwest border. That is 3 times as many as just in 2020. Another facet of this problem is the issue of sanctuary jurisdictions, which we are seeing increasingly across the country, where jurisdictions actively interfere with federal immigration enforcement. My own state of California, in 2017, the supermajority legislature and governor declared California a sanctuary state, forbidding local law enforcement from communicating with ICE regarding the whereabouts of wanted criminals. These are folks who are not just immigrants, not just undocumented immigrants, but who have committed crimes while they're here. And from the very beginning, it was predicted that this would raise serious problems. The State Sheriff's Association wrote before this was adopted, our overarching concern remains that limiting local law enforcement's ability to communicate and cooperate with federal law enforcement officers endangers public safety. They said it would preclude staff in our jails from notifying ICE at the request of the pending release of certain wanted undocumented criminals. And we have seen time and time again this prediction bear itself out in tragic ways. Just last year in California, there was one of the most horrific crimes I've ever seen. You had a man who murdered his own three daughters and their chaperone at a church just a few miles from the state capitol. It turns out this individual was in the country illegally and had been in police custody just the week before because he had assaulted a police officer. And ICE had asked to be notified of his release, but the sheriff's office said, we can't tell you because of the sanctuary state law. So Sheriff Daniels, I just wanted to give you a moment if you had any thoughts on the ways that sanctuary policies are contributing to these problems.
Well, Congressman, thank you for your comments, and thank you, because that's something sheriffs around the country are talking about. This is where that partnership with our federal partners, state and local, have to work together. That collective recipe of success, as I stated in my open statement, is true to how we protect our communities. Thank you for saying that.
Thank the gentleman. Sheriff, I know you got to catch a plane.
Yes.
We're gonna go, if you can, I think it's a 5 o'clock plane you got. We're gonna go real quick with our last three here, and then we'll get you out of here just ASAP. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you so much. Border security is national security, and the failure of the Biden administration to secure our southern border and uphold our nation's laws has created a situation where the effects of the border crisis are felt nationwide. The number of people crossing the southern border last year dwarfs the number of people who live in the state of Wyoming. Since Biden took office, over 10 times the Wyoming population has crossed the southern border illegally. Statistics from the Wyoming Department of Criminal Investigation show a significant increase in fentanyl seizures within the state. And in 2022, the Wyoming Department of Health put out a notice titled "Fentanyl Burden Growing in Wyoming," as the number of synthetic opioid-involved overdoses deaths more than quadrupled between 2018 and 2021. This situation is simply unsustainable and it's untenable. Sheriff, you've stated that you have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly being a border county and working in a border county. Can you highlight for the committee where we were in 2013, 2018, and 2022 going into 2023 and how they might fall on that scale?
Well, besides my collective statements I've made it during this hearing, I'd like to hit on mainly the aggravated attacks toward law enforcement. That has not been addressed today. We've seen I've always seen border issues in my 38-year career, but what I'm seeing now is something that I've never seen, where almost every other car runs from us, they try to assault us, and this is that fight and flight syndrome. That's why we don't get the give-ups. To give you an example, I'll give you a story. I got a deputy right now on administrative leave where he made a traffic stop at 10 o'clock at night on a vehicle. The driver got out, fentanyl was thrown all over the highway. The driver was non-compliant. Border Patrol came in behind my deputy to assist him because we work so close with him. It turned into a physical altercation based on his non-compliance. There were 3 illegal migrants in the back seat that ran during this, added more confusion to the case for my deputy. As they got into the altercation to secure the driver, they fell into the roadway. Just as they get him cuffed up, the deputy looks up within half a second, sees a car barreling at him, actually hits the suspect driver, rips him right out of the deputy's hand, kills him. The deputy and the car keeps going. We suspect it was another smuggler driver. That's an opinion. The deputy performed life-saving measures on the individual. Medics got there, took over that. As the deputy went back to the car to check the trunk, which is standard, that's just what we do, open the trunk, a male migrant that was being smuggled illegally actually attacked my deputy a second time.
Goodness gracious.
When I got to the scene, moments later, the deputy made a comment to me, he goes, "Sheriff, I don't know how to prepare for this." And I go, "I don't know how you do it either." The bottom line is, this is a day in Cochise County where the assaults. We had an agent that was attacked on a trail south of my area toward the border. They took the officer tried to take his gun from him. 1 round was fired. They actually took a knife, tried to cut the agent's throat. My deputy, he fought off for 7 minutes before my deputy got there. The assaults we're seeing I've had deputies drugged by cartel drivers. I've seen them assault for no reasons, and the threats. I had the cartels across the line actually come across. We had a couple different sources. They're coming to my county to kill one of my deputies, a random hit. So I could talk all day on this, and I know you only got 5 minutes.
Well, Sheriff, giving us that report and that information is incredibly important, and we all hold all of the folks down there in our prayers.
Thank you, ma'am.
One aspect that is important to remember is that President Biden has not only halted the enforcement of the nation's laws at the border, but he openly showcased his action to the world, which only further encourages this security and humanitarian crisis. In contrast, the Trump administration not only enforced our humane immigration laws, but it also made enforcement known to the world. The reality is that Joe Biden has enabled the largest human and drug trafficking operation in U.S. history. The tragedy of that is, as Milton Friedman said, you can have either an open border or you can have a welfare state, or you can't have, and you can't, that is just an economic reality. You can't have both. It is the poorest U.S. citizens who suffer the most when the government refuses to enforce our immigration laws and secure our border, with overextended services, lack of affordable housing, and suppression of wages. This tragedy is not only man-made, it is government mandated, which is a tragedy and a legacy of this administration that must be fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Texas recognizes Sheriff Daniels. When you have to go, you just tell me.
Yeah, we're pushing time here real quick.
Okay,
So
you got it.
maybe one more.
All right, one more.
Thank you, Congressman. He knows my pain.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Samaniego, I want to address my comments to you and some questions to you as well. Until my election to Congress in November of 2022, I actually was a Texas County judge as well, serving for 6 years in East Texas in Smith County. So I'm very familiar with the limitations of your job and the demands of your job, both in terms of manpower and financial resources to meet the needs of your local county, just like I had to do for 6 years in Smith County. One of the things, though, that I can say is even in East Texas, we recognize that there is a real need to support border security, and that there is a crisis on the border. So I'm surprised by your comments here today that would indicate that there's nothing wrong and nothing going on the border out there. I've been out to the El Paso sector as well, so I know firsthand that that's simply not the case. During my tenure as county judge, we worked even in East Texas to fight against the cartels, doing things like setting up a financial crimes unit that was a statewide unit that's now leading the way against financial crimes that the cartel is using for human trafficking, to underwrite their human trafficking and their drug trafficking. We also, in conjunction with our neighboring counties and several state, local, and federal law enforcement agencies, set up a TAG unit, a Texas Anti-Gang Unit. You guys probably have one in El Paso County as well. And that works against the cartels. So I really am shocked here today that you would really dismiss the concerns of the right side of the aisle and say there's simply not a problem and not a crisis at all. I want to also address the fact that Judge Carruthers is not here today, because being the Terrell County judge, she's a good friend of mine. And as county judges, we had lots of conversations about what was going on in Terrell County. And I recall those personal discussions way before I even decided to run for Congress, of her saying, listen, there's times at night when the sheriff will call me and I'm alone in our ranch on that 17,000 acre ranch by myself, and he's calling me to say, there are a large group of individuals that have just crossed the border. You need to be very careful, and you're in a very precarious situation. And she could not sleep well at night because of that. There's a lot of instances like that where she can recount that. I hope you're not discounting her story about what's going on in Terrell County. Are you at all doing that, sir?
Absolutely, but I think you're mixing things, and that is that El Paso is very, very different from those other communities. So I cannot speak for them, but I could speak for El Paso. You've got the largest FBI, you've got the largest law enforcement, you've got a lot of conditions that you don't see. Having crime in El Paso is not, people know that's the worst place that you could go.
But in your capacity as county judge, you're focused on county operations. So let's talk about that for a moment. Have you guys analyzed from the El Paso County standpoint, what's the total cost of having to deal with, on the local taxpayers' burdens and their backs, issues related to migrants crossing the border illegally? Have you guys analyzed that cost?
Absolutely, and we, like 95% is paid by FEMA, and they're the ones that are assisting. The federal government is assisting, otherwise we couldn't do it.
But your sheriff's office, I'm sure, is having to deal with those issues, or are they not?
Well, we have not had increases in jails or migrants or related to migrants in our sheriff's office.
What percent of your population in your jail are migrants that have come over illegally across the border?
Very small. Very small.
What would you characterize as very small?
I wouldn't want to say something without fully understanding that, but I could tell you, I ask the sheriff all the time, has there been an increase because of migrants? Have there been and we don't face that.
Has your dispatch operations tracked the number of calls that your sheriff's officers have to go on that deal with illegal immigration?
Our biggest impact, Congressman, it has to do with medical, like falling, people falling, trying to get across the wall and hurting themselves, and, children hurting themselves. But one of the things that you keep saying that things have changed, but we're not taking into consideration that the world has changed and there's an increase of a necessity to move into the border. So you cannot, it's apples and oranges. When I talk to every single migrant that I talk to, they're having to experience things that they didn't experience last year, or experienced 2 years ago. These are new changes in the world that's creating the increase as well. So it's not fair to say.
I understand, but some things don't change, like good fences make good neighbors. That's something I learned as a 12-year-old boy when my next door neighbor told me I could swim in a swimming pool, and then the next thing I did was I took my friends over there without permission, and he said, you know what, that's not what I authorized you to do. And he had that right. It's not because he didn't like me, it's because at the end of the day, that's his property. And we were good neighbors as a result of ourselves respecting each other's property. Shouldn't we do that on a national basis?
Absolutely. I think there's some confusion to believe that we don't want orderly, but we don't have that luxury.
So then would you support Congressman Roy's bill that would just simply say enforce the laws currently in place?
Well, that's what we do. There's nothing that we do. Asylum is legal. And we deal, the majority of people that come across us through asylum, and that's legal. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Moran. Thank you, Sheriff, for your testimony, more importantly, for your work that you do in the law enforcement community, and express that same thanks to your deputies as well.
Thank
now
you, Mr.
recognize
Chairman.
the gentlelady.
Thank you all.
You bet. Thank you. We now recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Sheriff, for being with us here today, and to all of our witnesses. The testimony that we have heard today makes clear that the crisis and lawlessness at our southern border is endangering every American community. Drug cartels and human traffickers are exploiting our failure to secure the southern border, and their criminal activities are eroding community safety across America. In my community, authorities in Polk County confiscated recently 11 pounds of fentanyl. Following this drug bust, our state's Attorney General Ashley Moody announced that authorities had seized enough fentanyl in the last few months to kill every single Floridian. We have an obligation to take action to protect our communities, and we are a nation of laws. We have an obligation to enforce our laws, to secure our borders, and to keep our communities safe. I'd like to return, Mr. Dunn, to your testimony and first express my sincere condolences for your loss. As a mother, it is particularly important to me that we always remember that this isn't just a crisis of statistics, that this is a tragedy in individual American families that cannot be set right. I would appreciate it, sir, if you would do us the honor of sharing with us a little bit more about your son. What was he like?
He was an athlete. He played football. He was an honor roll student. He was a friend. He had so many friends.
How would you describe the threat of fentanyl poisoning to your son and to other young men and women who are like him across America?
It's there. I mean, he was exposed to it by somebody that he considered a friend, and he unfortunately didn't survive. He had other friends days later that were poisoned also, and luckily they were saved. The threat is real, and we've met at least 30 or so families personally in the short amount of time that we've been doing what we've been doing. And we don't get into what politics each other follows. I don't know the political affiliations of any of them. We don't talk about politics. It's not a political issue. But every single one that I've talked to since they found out I was coming here was tell them we have a problem.
Could you tell us about your organization, the Forever 15 Project?
We primarily speak to schools. We're really trying to reach the youth in our communities. We do public speakings at schools, churches, any organization that'll have us come out and speak. We've partnered with the Hays County Sheriff's Department. They do a presentation that presents facts and statistics on fentanyl, and then Janelle will tell our story to make it relatable to the young people we're talking to. We also do a lot of awareness through billboards. We paid to have a billboard in Hays County. We were fortunate enough to be provided other locations throughout the state of Texas because of the overwhelming response that media company received about our billboard. Just anything we can do to get the word out is what our focus is.
And are there changes that you would like to see enacted or things that we can do to help ensure that another tragedy like this doesn't occur?
Just stop it from getting here. I mean, there's always going to be drugs smuggled in. It's happened forever. But, you know, in the last couple of years, not just fentanyl, but all narcotic smuggling has increased exponentially. And while that in and of itself is bad, fentanyl is far deadlier than any other drug out there. And it has a greater ability to kill more Americans than any other drug out there.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Texas for a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask unanimous consent, and this is on behalf of Mr. Ivy, to submit into the record a letter signed by El Paso's bishop, the Most Reverend Mark Seitz, who is the chairman of the U.S. Council of Catholic Bishops Committee on Migration, and it is a letter asking Congress to oppose H.R. 29.
Without objection, so ordered. The chair now recognizes for our last 5 minutes of questioning the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for having this hearing today. Thank you to our witnesses that are here. Mr. Dunn, words can't express how sorry I am for your loss. I was in the General Assembly in South Carolina up until recently and served as the chairman of the House Opioid Abuse Prevention Study Committee, where we passed 18 bills, record investment. And I'll tell you that every hearing that we started and every hearing that we finished, we started with families who are going through exactly what you're going through. So I know how incredibly tough it is for you. I know how incredibly brave it is for you to be here today to share your story. Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you, it's amazing to me just hearing some of the things that have come out of this committee that we on this side of the aisle have imagined things, that we are engaging in conspiracy theories. We are not imagining the increase in human trafficking on our southern border. We are not imagining the record amount of fentanyl seizures, fentanyl into this country, fentanyl-associated deaths and overdoses that occur every single day. We are not imagining 5 million people in this country or the 1.2 million gotaways. You know, we talked about a little bit, Judge, earlier, about the amount of people who are seeking asylum. What's interesting to me, just looking at the statistics, was that, as was alluded to earlier, 14% of those individuals were considered lawful. Now, this was under an Obama administration and a Trump administration, so 14% of all people who said that they were seeking asylum were actually legitimate asylum seekers. And of that, a third, according to Biden v. Texas, a third of that absconded into the United States, never appearing for their immigration proceedings again. So I look at the way in which the other side today has really glossed over the problems that have been exacerbated by this administration. And as somebody who's dealt with the opioid epidemic in my state and how I have studied how other states have handled it in Texas and elsewhere, I'm incredibly frustrated by unwillingness to deal with this problem. But I do want to ask a few questions of both of you, and I'll start with you, sir. You've obviously seen Texas and other states, and you've talked to parents involved. In your opinion, are governments attempting to try to deal with, in good faith, the fentanyl epidemic in this country?
Honestly, up until Noah's passing, we really didn't hear much about fentanyl. We had started to hear some about it shortly before he passed. Since then, our local sheriff's department has been very proactive. I don't hear a lot on the state level. I know there's stuff, about the test strips and whatnot, but I haven't heard. I've seen billboard media in the Dallas area, so I'm sure there are other areas where awareness is being raised, but I don't think on a wide-scale level the issue is getting much attention.
And we're not getting any attention, in your opinion, or much attention from the federal government to the level it should be.
No.
What would you tell, to piggyback on what Ms. Lee was talking about earlier, what would you tell parents and children about the risks associated with fentanyl?
Like we tell our 5-year-old daughter, don't take anything from anybody. Nothing, you have to assume that everything is dangerous now. And one of the comments the sheriff that we do speakings with makes is the days of experimentation are over. You were a kid, you could try smoking pot, or you could try this, that, or the other. Now fentanyl has been mixed with everything. So you can't assume anything's safe. If you don't get a prescription from a pharmacy, you can't assume that it's what you're getting.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, real quick, President Biden recently visited the border, passing through El Paso, and I think there was a comment from you in the press that he didn't get to see the real difficulties. What did you mean by that, and what difficulties did he not see on his trip?
Well, I know a lot of people thought that we had something to do with, they call it sanitizing, but I could tell you that would be crazy on my part for him not to see what really was happening. It just so happened the numbers had come down. I mean, we wanted anybody, please see what we really go through. So we were not.
What do you think took him so long to visit the border?
I can't tell you. I know that thanks to Congresswoman Escobar, we're really connected through her, and she's connected to the secretary, to the ambassador, and we're constantly communicating through them. And so I have a lot of trust that Congresswoman Escobar is relaying the information that he needs. And I don't think it's that important that he's not there, but that he supports what we're trying to accomplish, and that is the humanitarian component that El Paso's been doing for centuries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Judge, just real quick, if I could, you said the numbers went down. It just so happened they went down when President Biden visited your city and the ranking member city. Are they back up now?
Nope.
Okay.
No, we're still pretty low.
Okay. Okay. I want to thank everyone. Before we adjourn, we want to inform all members about a codel our committee will be taking to the border on February 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. To make the minority aware of that. This hearing has made clear some of the problems real problems that we see at our border and across our country, so we want to make sure we can get down to visit that area here later this month. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witnesses or additional materials for the record. Without objection, this hearing is adjourned.